in the last session, your party set out to sea. You, after learning the location of what was a ruin of a city or of a Triton settlement, potentially, out into the open waters near the borough from Issa, you chartered a boat and head off, looking for this so that Hessel would get some answers about his past. On the way there, some weird encounters were had, some information was gleaned, primarily that the wish scroll that Hessel's been mucking around with has effectively a last step before it unlocks its secrets, which is some sort of a binding agent, most likely blood. The other piece of information that was gleaned was the maze-like tattoos covering Mason's arm from attuning to the infiltrator's key seem to move and shift, and
moved, they moved.
Yeah, almost like a compass of sorts, pointing the way to what looks like an opening at the end of the maze, which is constantly shifting and moving. You encountered some odd creatures, the first of which was a albino octopus in a box. The box labeled... coffin labeled Cassius. You had a bit of a conversation.
Gave it a feed.
You gave it a feed, set it free, and then you also encountered, as you got closer to your destination, you also encountered this weird large fish creature that seemed to create illusions to lure prey.
Fucked up Venus flytrap type shit.
And puddles of acid.
That's true. You also found some puddles.
Was there a fog? Or was
that
it
was
just
around the...
That was around the fish.
Right.
Eventually, after arriving at the destination marked on the map by Issa, you three of you dived underwater. Hessel, Callian, and Ophelia eventually found atop this underwater mesa a ruin of what would have once been a pretty large settlement. Destroyed buildings and the like sort of scattered everywhere. In the middle of which there was what would have been a citadel or a castle. Making your way towards that, you started to see shades, ghosts, memories of what had transpired here. You saw memories of hundreds of Triton soldiers fighting off these 4 monstrous sort of smoke figures, silhouettes that were just laying waste to this place. Upon arriving at the central citadel, you saw a scene where it seemed like two men were protecting a woman and child. They were struck down by this large, monstrous beast with sort of spikes down his back, wielding a massive hammer of sorts. But just before he could finish off the job or kill the woman and child, another one of this amorphous blob-like monsters intervened. Once this memory sort of, or whatever this was, faded, you all went to inspect the central area where it looked like it was a circular central space with seating with three thrones that would sit back to back, and around it there was sort of almost like bleachers where the audience or ministers or whatever would say.
Family plays musical chairs.
Yeah.
I just instantly had the image of thrones on a lazy Susan, just
And sort of inspecting the area, you found a couple of things. You found what looks like a tiara or a crown almost, and in a box a ring with at the top. I believe it was in the top of the box, but there was a singular word, Virgil, and it was seemingly made for a child. As you were inspecting all of this stuff, the light that you had up went out, and below you from the sand, a massive eye opened. You were attacked by a beholder.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
The battle ensued, and things went poorly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was an explosion of electrical energy that did some massive damage, but also alerted Mason up at the top.
Thanks to Manibus.
That something was awry.
That and the, 3 thunder steps or whatever.
What we're gonna say is, seeing that happen, Mason grabbed onto the anchor of the ship and is currently plummeting.
You did cut it free, yeah.
Yeah. Cut it free and is now plummeting down towards where the action is. While this is happening, as the battle below drew to what seemed to be a fairly somber conclusion, the Beholder managed to knock out Callion and currently has Callion in his jaws.
Yep.
With Hessel in his cone, he's issued an offer to trade.
Virgil, your life for this one.
Hessel, what is it that you do?
I glance in the direction of where I know Ophelia to be for a moment. I can sense, well, I know it's looking at me. I know nothing magical is going to work. I also don't know if it can see, but I'm going to nod down towards it. At the same time, I'm going to try and see if I can reach into the bag of holding, and I want to take out a greater healing potion.
You reach into it, and it's an empty bag.
Bag right now. Of course it is.
Fuck!
Well, that one needed.
I need to line my pouch with lead.
That doesn't stop all anti magic. It just stops.
No, that's true.
While you're
That's
sort of
true.
making
Yeah,
your way
yeah.
up there, Callion, can you please make a death saving throw for me?
Oh boy.
That's a success.
Cool. Fantastic.
Yeah. Don't grab a greater healing potion. I
Just gonna throw the bag.
I start to swim down towards it.
Yep.
Like directly
Yeah.
towards it.
It waits there. It doesn't move. It's just waiting for you to slowly make your way.
As I'm getting closer, I want to say to it, I agree. On one term, you let me heal him. You turn your gaze away for a moment so that I may restore him to life, and I'm yours.
You see the big blue eyes sort of shift upwards, and you feel sort of magic return to you. But what the other thing that you see is one of the eye stalks turns to look straight at you. Well, actually, turns to look straight down towards where Callion is.
Yeah.
And you see it sort of start to glow like a dull greenish black color.
All right, so this is gonna hurt.
The other eye stalk is currently turned towards you, Ophelia.
From
Yeah,
far
yeah.
up, just floating like, what the fuck do I do?
Okay. What level do I want to try and do that at? I guess it's going to be 3rd level. Hessel draws his dagger from the holster on his arm and drives it into his hand.
Yep.
Just spilling blood into the water, speaking the words,
Yep.
Der Vitum. I need to get pretty close.
Yep.
So I'll do this while I'm 30
Swimming
feet
up,
away.
yep.
So I would have been swimming fast,
Yep.
quite fast to get there before. So what that allows me to do is use the power of necromancy to transfer my life force to Callian. I roll 48 damage, which I take, and Callian heals double what damage I take.
Cool.
Do you need more d8s?
Okay.
What I'm going to do as you're casting the spell is I'll get you to roll one more death save.
Second one?
Yeah, second
Yep,
one.
I succeeded.
Oh,
Fantastic.
mate. Okay, so first 2 dice. Okay, 9.
That was cocked. 22 total.
22. So you heal 44 points.
Double?
It doubles.
Oh my god.
It doubles what damage I do to myself. I can't reduce the hit point damage I take in any way, but the target takes twice the necrotic damage. Oh, well, it gets hit points equal to twice the amount of damage that I do to myself.
Cool.
First time I've used that spell, I've had it for a very long time.
You grab the dagger, drive it into your arm, and speak the words. And as you do, the blood that's pooling around you at this point, you see it sort of almost charged with this grayish blue energy, and just sort of towards Callian, and almost sort of absorbs through his skin, and you see his veins go like slightly blackish for a moment, and you suddenly feel yourself able to breathe again.
You can feel little pinpricks of teeth.
Yeah, you do. It's like he's not crushing you in his jaw, but he's got his jaw like still on you at this stage.
And Hissel's bleeding out of that hand quite a bit after
Hissel
that.
is bleeding, so you see you feel his jaw sort of unclench, and you sort of feel yourself start to float.
How much can I see from where I am, from where I was?
Your perception's good enough to notice that there is a eye stalk trained on you, and there is an eye stalk trained off into the distance. You assume it's at Ophelia.
I don't want to take the risk since I have no idea what's going on. I'm just going to immediately Misty Step out on an angle, just away from, out of the mouth.
Misty Step and appear. And as you appear, you see its eye stalk sort of turn back towards you. And as that happens, the big eyeball turns back towards you.
Yeah.
And you again feel all of the magic drain, or be suppressed, rather.
Yeah. This is our trade then.
Follow.
What trade?
And he starts to slowly back up and down.
I'm with this creature. You walk or swim.
I mean, with.
Me for you, for now. We might just have a friendly chat for all I know. Go to Ophelia. I'll be well.
You sure?
I'm not able to see this.
You can see it. You can't hear what's being said, but you can see it.
Can you? Do you have a light source?
I do.
Do you have a light source? You do?
Oh yeah, it's glowing.
Able to
You're
roll
awesome.
again.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's also.
I'm gonna start like
swimming towards that light, having kind of made up my mind a bit.
Yep.
Just carefully swimming down.
Where you are, there's still that ice stalk that's looking towards you, and there's that greenish black sort of glow on it. Whereas there's one looking at you as well, which is it's almost like a stone grey color that's looking right towards you, and it's sort of glowing.
His main eye following Hessel.
Yeah, his main eye's on Hessel.
So he hasn't got too much.
I'm going to try and keep that gaze on me as much as possible, and I'm going to start to swim and follow.
Yep, you do. You start to follow. You start to follow it back down. You see it sort of slowly leading you back towards where it emerged, and you can see where it emerged. It was basically the center of that crest. The center, what looks to be the stone in the middle, what would be the stone in the middle of a crest. There's in that space. There looks like a hole that goes down, and you see him sort of slowly start to lead you down that way. Again, at the entire time, Ice Stalk's still trained on them, and the big one on you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have moved. I'm just watching.
Cool.
You call me Virgil. What significance do you have to this place?
It is my home.
I think it might be mine too.
It is.
Physically shiver at that. Just keep swimming,
Yep. And he's
following along.
slowly, like,
Were you causing this memory? Were you here then?
I was.
you see, as he starts to go down, there is another sort of manifestation that appears on the in that sort of central area. You get the sense that this is something that he's creating and not part of that sort of memory that you've seen throughout.
Yeah.
And you see what looks to be a woman giving birth, like in silhouette form. You see 2 children born, twins, handed off to both. Handed off to the two male figures, and one of them seems to almost like just bow his head, seemingly in sorrow.
So you weren't speaking in a metaphorical sense?
Roll a nature check for me.
Okay.
While they're moving further away and I'm still watching this, can I start casting a long cast spell?
Yeah, you can. You can also roll a nature check.
That's 15.
Okay.
Ooh, first roll in a while. Oh, that's not great. Just a 9.
There's something you've read in some obscure book at some point in your life to do with creatures like this. They're manifestations of thought, of really strong emotion. That's sort of the only part of information that you can sort of get.
Right. So, I might then believe that this creature might be actually telling me the truth. I'd like to try an insight check, see if
roll
I
insight.
can get any.
Roll
Is it
insight.
avoiding eye
Anything
contact
from
by
here?
looking
Oh,
up?
No, it's looking right at him.
Yeah, it's doing the opposite of that.
One of the stalks is looking up and to the left.
So
You
you're
know
saying
it's like-
advantage? No. That is. That's a big nat 1.
Hard sell. You have no idea what facial expressions look like on a creature like this.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of a little
Pretty hard to
terrified.
get an expression on a single eyeball.
Yeah.
She doesn't have an eyebrow or anything, so
I can't see it sweating under the water.
yeah.
I'd love to be able to keep things cordial.
He doesn't respond, and he sort of keeps backing down into that space.
I follow.
Yep. And you follow, and as you sort of start going down into that,
I do have one last look back at Callian to make sure that he is good, that he seems to be well, because I haven't done that to someone before, so...
yeah, you look over at him,
He's
and
not
he
turning
looks.
into a skeleton, so
Yeah, he's not turning into a skeleton. He looks fine.
His one's still under his own control. For
Yeah.
now.
for
I
now.
feel like he probably would have been more of a skeleton if you'd left him where he was.
Yeah.
Yep.
And sort of with that sort of final glance, you succumb to the darkness from your point of view, as you head down into this cave. It goes down and then it starts to sort of angle out, and we'll come back to you eventually.
How much of was did this beholder talk telepathically? Was it?
No, it spoke out loud. So you
How much
heard
it-
everything.
so I heard all of
yeah,
that.
you heard all of that. You heard all of that. You saw the sort of manifestation that it created.
Look up and try and find where Ophelia is.
Swimming downwards.
You look around and you see Ophelia sort of swimming down towards you.
You're on
pretty close.
how many hit points?
Big one.
Big old one.
Luckily, you electrocuted all of the creatures around, so it's a case where a snapping turtle can't kill you now.
There's no
There's no shark. So like, you just see like a dead shark, a dead
It's just
shark,
like-
shark just.
Yeah.
It's just one supercharged electric eel comes in.
That's my next D&D character.
It's a supercharged electric eel.
Oh, flash!
Yeah.
Tempest cleric.
Yeah. Tempest cleric. Cool.
Tempest cleric.
Yeah, but you're an eel, so your wild shape is into a person.
I am lightning incarnate.
There's wildfire druid, but instead of like wildfire, it's lightning.
But
Anyway.
only underwater, though.
Yeah, but only other one. Yeah. Anyway.
Voiced by
It's
Owen Wilson.
H2O just add water situation. You jump into the water and become an eel.
Oh no, Cleo, the condensation! The only reason I know anything about H2O out of water is just because of Evie.
I don't remember the whole theme song.
Anyway.
Anywho.
Yeah, I'm my speed is halved, right? So I'm slowly swimming downwards.
You eventually make it to Callian. How long was the cast time on your spell?
It's 10 minutes. I don't know if I'll get a chance to
you-
finish it, but I'm...
It's taking a while to.
I'll kind of get within, talking range of Callian, and I'm just like, what's happening?
Can I...
can talk.
How much can I talk? Or
We can
You can talk underwater because you're
No, I mean, while
Breathing helps, yeah.
casting a spell.
Right. You can sort of you're still there's incantations.
Yeah.
So you're doing those incantations, but like every now and again you can mutter a short response. But
Just be like,
Kind of doing freestyle rap and an interview at the same time.
yeah, basically,
Oh, yeah.
basically that old chestnut.
Yeah. You know that thing that we've all done?
yeah.
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I asked what had happened because I could kind of see what was going on, but I probably wouldn't have been able to hear.
I'd say you would have been able to hear it. It was a pretty, at least the creature's side of things you could hear because it was a pretty booming voice.
Okay.
This all made a trade.
I kind of got that, but what do we do? I am feeling very bad. I can do spells, but I don't have any potions or anything.
Can fix that in a moment.
Hopefully Mason heard any of that.
Need to go get
Your
Mason.
passive perceptions were really high, right?
18. I think it's 18.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's
You can.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
You can like.
Remember, yes, it is 18.
You can almost feel like something's coming just from the change in like water current and stuff. Not like right directly above you, but like
Off to the side.
off to the side a bit. Like you look up and there's like obviously it's pitch black down here. So if the only light is your light source, and like at the there's a shape there somewhere. It's almost like looking up like into the night, can't tell whether there's like whether that's a cloud or something or what. It's just that. So you're looking up into this inky black abyss, and there's
Just
you can
black and then a slightly different shade of black.
exactly.
Plummeting at high speed.
It's like throwing a baseball up into the night sky with no light.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fucking rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's a fun way to play tennis, though.
Night.
Not done that drunk at a wedding.
He just based it off of the like sounds like you hear two sounds. One is a hit of the racket.
Yeah,
One
but
is
when you
when
do doubles, you just end up smacking the crap out
Oh
of each
yeah,
other.
absolutely.
Yes, that classic sport night tennis.
Yep.
I'll just blindfold people. Just blindfolded tennis. That's how we do it. Anyway.
I definitely haven't gotten a badminton racket to the face before.
Yeah.
I had a friend lose a tooth, though.
Anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, we need to get Mason and
Then what? I can't, not drown around this thing. Maybe we can just talk our way out of it. And then I'll be drowning, so...
try and go back for Hazel.
Yeah. So Canyon's like 30 feet away from the OG place. We're out of the cone. The cone has...
Yep, the cone's gone. It's...
My stuff's on the door.
Can I just quickly... So you don't have any weapons?
I've got my weapons.
Okay. What was it that you
just
were thinking?
my backpack with, like, my armor.
You feel this thing's getting closer, whatever it is.
Oh.
I do have some armor in my bag. But it would take a while for you to put it on.
Perception check.
You have a light on you, right?
Yep.
Never mind.
The classic Mason roll.
We would be slowly starting to swim up, I'd imagine, if we're trying to get our way to Basin.
Might as well be a D4.
Can I roll a perception check?
Yeah. Yeah, you can roll a perception check if you want.
I'm gonna roll this now and I'll start
Pretty
rolling
good.
higher.
Yeah.
17.
You say that.
Cool. 17. Yeah, you also get this, like, again, there's that, you can feel the air current, not air current, the water current changing because you're in such a, like, it's
Soupy.
yeah,
Soupy darkness.
Yeah, it's soupy darkness, and it's like, you're able to almost feel it.
Seeing that, I'm going to just,
You don't know what it is, though.
yeah, I know, but,
Cast lightning.
no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just do a little thaumaturgy, little, like, pulse of light, if I can,
Yep.
and see if...
What's the range on it?
Oh, not
Like
much.
20.
You'd have more range than a firebolt.
Yeah,
Which
actually,
you've
I'll
used as
do
a flare
a firebolt, just like as a flare upwards.
You fire off a firebolt, and it just, like,
Oh yeah.
You are underwater.
Yep.
Under the sea.
Like it only travels like a third of its distance.
Right. Well, it's kind of like
This is perception roll. I
Yeah.
didn't see it.
You rolled too low. you didn't see it.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
For reference, total.
Yeah.
For you.
4 plus 2.
Yeah. I write 4.
Yeah. So yeah, you eventually start to sort of swim up that way towards.
I don't want to get too far away from the cave because I don't want to leave Vessel there.
So you're starting to make your way up there, and this thing is getting real close, and it seems to be moving really fast, whatever it is. And at this distance, you see two creatures. You got dark vision, right?
Yeah. Hessel was the only one that didn't have dark vision.
Yeah.
Everyone else has dark
cool.
vision.
Yeah, so you see two humanoid creatures just swimming upwards, about 40 feet at an angle. Downwards in front of you. Yeah. You guys roughly knew where the boat was, so you're sort of going up towards it, and he's just straight down. And almost an instant later, you see this massive thing with.
Don't be rude to Mason.
I'm talking about the anchor. You see this massive. You see what looks like an anchor with someone holding onto it, just plummet down like past you.
How big do you picture the anchor on this little boat we were in?
Hey, it's a big anchor.
I have
Big
no
anchor.
fucking clue. I don't know how boats work.
Probably like a couple feet.
It's about the size of Mason.
Sure. But yeah, you see Mason plummeting down.
Yeah, I'll call out to him and say, Mason?
Yep. You hear that?
I mean, they weren't that far from the bottom,
No.
were they?
No, they won't. You're
We
gonna
were
hit
kind
the-
of swimming at an angle, so
You're
we were
falling like 10 times faster than we're swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind
I
of.
didn't actually figure out how fast the anchor's moving. Not as fast as we thought.
Okay.
But yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, you eventually see the ground plummeting towards you as well, and just you can either let go or hit the ground. Up to you.
I'll let go before the ground. I want an impact on that.
Sweet. You let go. Anchor hits the ground. There's a billow of dust, and you just sort of float around there. Looking upwards, you see these guys.
Yeah.
Swim towards them.
Hey, my fog cloud is still up. So they know I'm not dead yet. Because that's a concentration spell.
That is correct.
We assume. Is the fog cloud still
You did
up?
damage to yourself. Roll concentration check.
True. I did a lot of damage to myself.
be
22.
11.
You need 11.
That is. That's fine. That's a 13.
Yeah, your fog cloud's still up.
Okay, good.
Cool.
I was half expecting you to be like, no, the fog cloud's dropped by now, actually.
The three of you, Mason, Callian, and Ophelia, you have congregated outside of the space. Still just floating above the ruins of this
Unnamed city.
unnamed city.
Ophelia will say, quick rundown, Beholder, bad, Kelly nearly died, Hessel traded lives. Hessel's still alive as far as I know, because Fog Cloud, but it has an anti-magic thing, so we're kind of fucked.
It might be its brother.
You lost me at Beholder?
You know?
It's a squid.
Lightning eyeball.
Lightning eyeball can turn things...
Laser eyeball.
Can turn things, can obliterate people. It's just bad.
Okay.
Big monster that can stop magic, which means we can't breathe if we're in its icon. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Also, I am bleeding profusely.
You're not bleeding per se. You are.
Your hair is still like.
Yeah, your hair's
Even when
like
you're underwater, it's frizzed.
It's frizzed.
Yeah.
Your hair's frizzed. Your tail poof is frizzed.
Yeah.
And it's just
Not
like
all HP is physical damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
My heart has a little...
Yeah.
Temporary arrhythmia, yeah.
yeah, temporary arrhythmia. Yeah, that's kind of where you are currently.
Yes, it's bad. Also, Hazel's a prince, maybe.
I feel like that's not relevant right now.
I'm just nervous.
It might be.
Where is he? Where did they go?
I point down into the
You see
crevice.
you see the crevice. In the middle of
Ominous
this.
hole.
Yeah, ominous hole.
I like that.
That's what they call it.
Holes.
Yes.
Interesting time to reveal Mason's sexuality.
That's the tavern that we're going to open after this.
It's the
We're gonna
ominous
call it the
hole.
ominous hole.
Great.
I feel like it's a dwarven tavern.
The VIP area.
Down too deep.
The VIP area is the deep dark.
Yeah.
We're down too deep and greedily.
That's what the stage is for the live bands.
Yeah.
Drums in the deep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're fine. We're just stressed out, you know.
Fair enough.
I probably don't have anything on me to help you, unfortunately.
I just need to not get hurt.
I'd say 10 minutes casting would be done by now.
Okay. Go
Then I
down
finish
that
my
way.
casting of level 3 Prayer of Healing.
Nice.
Ooh. Spicy.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Don't need it.
While Kellyan's probably lagging behind a little bit,
Nice.
sort of finishing off his prayer of healing and healing up those two. I'm probably just going to swim down towards the bottom,
Yep.
down towards where they indicated the hole was, and see if I could sort of get around a little bit more
Yep.
and get a better look.
Oh,
Yeah.
can
My swim
I
speed is good.
can I quickly just I mean, you know, you can see in the dark anyways. I was gonna give you the
So you get-
the deep candle.
yeah,
The-
you-
25 feet.
25 feet, cool. Yeah, you get down there, and it does look like it just sort of goes down into
19.
inky darkness. But as you sort of start to swim through the opening a little bit, you can see that about 20 feet, it goes 20 feet straight down, and then you see it sort of start to slant.
I'd probably only get into the mouth of it and look down into it and
Yep.
see what direction it goes from there, and then I'd probably...
It goes north.
Oh, not yeah, but just go swim down, sort of swim around it, see what I could see in it, but not go in it and wait for these guys to back me up. They know the situation a lot better than I do, so
Make a perception check.
let's go. Roll higher than a 4, please.
Hey, that is higher than a 4.
18.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, looking down into this thing, the first thing that you see is that it is there's a lot of sand and sediment that's now at the surface of this. But so as you look down, you can see it. The sand and sediment gives way to like worked stone. It sort of gives way to worked stone as it sort of starts slanting down into that area.
Cool.
Another 15.
I'll just float around here while I'm waiting for them to sort of catch up to me. I've got my sword in its sheath on my back.
Cool. Yeah.
I didn't bring anything else down with me.
Sweet. Sounds good.
I'm just throwing 2 more healing words of failure there.
Cool.
Top rub, and then as we go to join Mason.
Sweet.
Yes, thank you. 35 out of 41.
That's good.
It's good.
Sweet. Sweet. Yep.
Feeling confident.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so a lot of that, like, that jitteriness from the lightning sort of leaves you in your sort of, in those involuntary spasms.
Probably would have, getting like muscle spasms and shit. Yeah.
That stuff goes away, and then, like, when you sort of look at your hands and stuff like that, because you got hit by that blast of lightning, you can see, like, little, like, those the lightning marks. Then they're starting to slowly show up on your skin, but not like a full big fuck off one. You can see small bits of it where the lightning seems to have sort of entered your body in areas where it.
I probably have one on my foot, on the bottom of my foot. Right. Okay. I'll swim down towards where Mason is. It'll take me longer, but so my glyphs also were affected by the anti-magic shit.
Yeah. But they would have come back because it only
Yeah.
suppresses.
So I've got 2 up at the moment.
Yeah. If you got 2 glyphs up, your those lightning marks, they're glowing.
Oh, cool. Interesting. Fun. Just even more stars.
Yeah, 'cause it's the first time you've taken that much damage and like dropped that low.
I'm not telling Mason I nearly killed myself.
Would Mason be surprised? Not really. This is what it feels like to be me.
Cool.
So what's the plan?
No. We can't leave Hessel down there.
No.
Do you think he has a plan?
If he does, he won't be able to do any sort of magic to implement said plan. I think, yeah, the biggest thing is maybe we can sneak up on it. I don't know.
You said this thing has a lot of eyeballs.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to sneak up on something with a lot of eyeballs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that Ophelia knows a bit about beholders. But I can't remember everything right now, personally, out of, like, character. Can I roll to try and remember what, like, beholders like?
Sure.
In terms of, like,
I'll say roll.
are they greedy? Are they,
I'll say roll history.
Okay. That's 19 plus 5. So 24?
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Cool.
I'm a learned person.
I'm gonna learn.
So, thinking on beholders, you think back to your studies about sort of dangerous creatures out in the world and sort of alien, these sort of aberrations, because you sort of get the sense that's kind of what this creature would be, and you recall not a class, but you recall overhearing a conversation at one point at the tower, where a group of adventurers had come to sort of gain a little bit of understanding on the creature that they were going to be hunting. The conversation you recall, and your teacher sort of mentioned to them, these creatures, they tend to be manifestations of very strong emotion. So it's in a place where there's something horrendous that's happened, or some sort of calamity that has befallen the place. When
Check.
yeah, so when there's insane amount of emotion in one place, it manifests itself into a creature, which is what a beholder is.
Does that mean that a beholder can be born of love?
Yes.
Huh.
A beholder can.
Or maybe another aberration.
Yep.
Not necessarily a beholder.
Yeah. So it is. It is. Let me see.
Are you not?
No.
Yeah. So they tend, like, a lot of them, like, I mean, beholders themselves, again, they are, the emotion that creates beholders is more aggressive in nature.
Well, I mean, considering what happened in this place, it makes sense.
Yeah. They tend to be
Grief and anger and
it tends to be beholders themselves, like, in general, and this is sort of not always the case. It's there's different exceptions to the rule and stuff like that, but on average, beholders tend to be rather vengeful creatures. They tend to be aggressive and cruel, and they tend to be very how do I put this? There's a Yeah, they tend to be always. They tend to fear someone taking their authority. They're very territorial, and they tend to be always paranoid.
Okay. I can work with that. I relay that to these two, and I'll say, I think that it thinks that Hessel is here to take the place from it. If they're, super territorial beings that, want everything for themselves, it makes sense that Hessel showing up and being the true heir or whatever, it probably feels threatened. So maybe
Can't leave him with him then.
no. Maybe we can try and talk to it and convince it that we don't want anything to do with it, of this place, even if we're lying.
Are we lying?
I don't know. That's up to Hessel, but I think we gotta act quickly.
Or do we just try and get Hessel and run?
That too, if that's possible, then it's just.
How well did that work last time?
Well, we weren't trying to run last time.
We're kind of trying to fight, but
Caught us by surprise.
yeah.
The thing was much stronger than expected.
Right, so I feel like that's not the go-to attempt. I think we try and talk our way out of this one. Try and convince it. Try to lie as little as possible. That many eyes will see little quivers, little mistakes.
I'm good at lying, so. Okay.
Sure.
I'm happy to take point if you want.
Sorry?
I'm happy to take point.
Yeah. And, I mean, you can swim quickly, so. If you can, throw me out of there if things go bad.
You can also stand in the way.
Alright, I'm gonna start swimming down.
That's what Mason does.
Oh, the door!
Yeah.
Mason the door thatcher.
Yeah.
Mason in the way.
Norman.
Right. I'm gonna start swimming down towards the crevasse.
All three of you start to swim down into this crevasse
Do you think we
and
need to
stuff.
try and be sneaky getting down there?
I think that with our plan, it's not going to worry too much. I don't think there's too much that will be threatening on the way. I can swim a little bit ahead though if you want, so that anything that pops out at me first.
If
Right,
it does see
freak
you,
out if it sees the light coming.
yeah, if it does see you, just say, we're just here to talk.
Yep.
And try and compliment it, maybe. Without sounding like...
What nice eyes you have. What great teeth you have.
All the better to disintegrate you with.
Maybe not try and do the talking then.
Yeah.
Cool. So the three of you.
Parlay, we're in the ocean.
Yeah. The three of you swim down into this crevasse and.
I'll swim about 10, 15 feet ahead of the others.
I mean, we're
Purpose-
slow anyway, so...
Yeah, I'll just make that distance and then just try and maintain it.
Yep, sweet. So you're up ahead, and the two of you are sort of following. And as you sort of enter this this crevasse, into this unknown area, we're gonna switch back to Hessel.
Hi.
You've been.
Sorry, before you.
Yeah.
As we're swimming in, going to cast Enhance ability on Kallian and Ovelia for charisma.
Sweet.
So I have advantage?
You're charismatic enough, my boy.
Guess I'll take my shirt off then.
Outstrip everyone.
I can't hit three of us.
It's already off. Didn't you just whip it off when you were
Yeah.
gonna go into the water?
Your charisma always raises by at least 2.
Yeah.
You're just like, can we convince you?
It's like Goku with weighted training clothes, except just as the clothes go off, the charisma starts
Charisma.
to flow.
Yeah. It's yeah.
The sense of personality.
Personalities. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So you guys have entered this area. We're pivoting back to Hessel. You've been led down this crevasse, and as you sort of went down, it got pretty clear pretty quickly that you're being led into sort of the underground levels of this citadel. Right. So the tunnel itself leads down and sort of straightens out a little bit, and then you see worked stone around you. You come out. Where you come out, it looks like this is a hallway going deeper in, and this creature leads you down. Again, looking at you the entire time, so swimming backwards with a few of its eye stalks looking the other way to... Yeah.
So it doesn't bump into things.
Yeah. It's got eyes in the back of its head.
Yeah, quite literally. How big is the hold?
The hole itself?
The crevice to go down into.
I'd say about...
I guess enough to fit the beholder through, so...
Yeah, I'd say about 20 feet in diameter.
Yep.
Yeah. So 20 feet diameter. So yeah, you're being led down this, and you go through a hallway towards the end of it, and you see that the ground here is broken, and you see him sort of lead you down further. You're going for what seems like about 10-15 minutes as you start to go through different areas here. This thing's not saying anything.
Yeah. I'd be soaking in the environment as much as I can.
Yeah.
I'd also, just out of a sense of caution, be trying to... I know I'm being observed, but I would try to see if I can notice any vulnerabilities or any part of its body that seems more... I mean, other than the giant eyeball in its face. But just, I'm seeing the rare of it for the first time here. Yeah. I'm not looking for an entry point or anything like that. But what I'm saying is
it's floating backwards.
It's floating backwards.
Oh.
So you're still in the car.
So I am seeing that. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Totally. That's good then.
Still roll a perception check.
Right.
Fat cheeks.
An eyeball just right at the top.
It's a butt with an eye.
2 eyes.
Cyclops butt.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 12.
12. Looking at it, you don't find too many chinks in this thing's armor except for the big fleshy eye in the middle.
Yeah.
But one thing that you do notice that you didn't before, on the sides where it's got these these almost look like these shale spikes that seem to be coming out, almost like crustacean shells.
Yeah.
So where on
like scales.
there's like
yes,
those spikes, instead of spikes, it's instead of those spines, it's got shells almost poking out of there.
Kind of growing into it.
And
armor.
and you see the shells inside almost quiver at one point, and you sort of look closer and you realize that under those shells there seem to be gills on this thing.
Right. Nice.
Aquatic boy.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that answer your question on how it breathes underwater?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. That's good. Nice. No, it's also good. It's good. It's good to see it because like Hessel's, he's also felt pain through gills before, so I will keep that in mind.
So do you notice that? And this thing it's leading you down. The other things that you notice here, like underground, this place seems to be more intact than above, so you can see a lot more of the actual construction. A lot of this is sandstone. They've got like high sort of arches throughout this area. The pillars seem to be very marble-like, and sort of polished marble and stuff like that. You see, as you sort of going through it, and as you get a bit deeper, there's areas on these walls that would have seemingly had images or pictures, but they've been taken down. No idea by what or by whom, but it's been sort of taken down. And yeah, it seems this sort of underground area, you pass through different elements. Sometimes you pass through some rooms as you're going through. So you see dungeons, like cells. You see so long corridors which you suspect connect one part of this massive city to another, almost like an underground network of caves.
I also imagine just the general way this is designed is way different than Hessel has ever seen before, because this is designed to be just floated through.
Exactly.
effectively.
There's
so
no
there wouldn't be like stairs or anything
exactly.
like that.
There's
right?
no stairs. There's no
Yeah.
floors. They just change, like the hallways change directions.
Yeah.
So yeah, you see all of that as you're going down deeper and deeper into this. So about like 15 or so minutes, 20 minutes in, you see this creature sort of float. So you end up in what looks to be a small square room, which, looking at it, it's pretty nondescript, has some broken furniture and that sort of thing. Probably it may have been a jail cell at some point or something of that sort, but there's a hole in the middle of it, which this thing floats down, and as it does, you see that the worked stone is suddenly gone, and you're back in sort of what looks like a natural cavern, and it's angling downwards towards effectively where the center of this thing would have been. So you've sort of gone on a bit of a roundabout way, and you're sort of making your way back to sort of the center of the citadel where it would be.
I'm just taking you on a bit of a tour.
Yeah.
And as you, and as it at the end of this tunnel cave thing, it seems to almost sink into a hole in the ground. And as you follow it, you come out into what looks like a massive, like hundreds of feet across, hundreds and hundreds of feet across, a circular chamber, like almost like a dome under the, like this domed cave under the water. And as you come out into this is again worked sandstone and all that sort of thing. The construction here is different from what you've seen throughout. It looks a lot older. And on the floor of this sort of hemispherical structure, there is, it almost looks like a whirlpool has been sort of not painted in, but almost mosaiced with shells of different colors. The dome itself is, again, it's worked sandstone. There's no marble in here, and sort of right down, you see this creature as he starts to flow down towards the center. In the middle of this room, where the vortex of this whirlpool would be, you can see a whole bunch of stuff. It's just, you can see what look to be broken paintings, broken furniture. It almost looks like a nest of sorts.
Look at my stuff, isn't it neat?
What's that?
I said, look at my stuff, isn't it neat?
Yeah.
Where do you think my collection's complete?
Yeah. So you see a lot of that stuff. The other thing that you see down here is, I don't remember if you guys saw all three skeletons up top.
I believe so. There was the mother skeleton where I got the tiara from, and then there were the two male, the father's ones.
Yeah.
One of them
They were
had
there.
the armor on, and I think the other one didn't. Or maybe they both did. I
That's
don't
cool.
remember.
Yeah.
It was one.
It-
I think one of them was out the front defending, and the other one was next to the woman.
Cool.
Yes.
That's fine. Cool. I was just trying to see if. Yep. Anyway, but yeah, you see this whole collection of stuff, and this is,
One of the fathers had.
yeah, this is sort of like, and looking at it, it looks like valuables to an extent. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, but it's not like a whole bunch of gold and like treasure. It's more things that look like almost sentimental value. It's like, you find pictures or like broken down pictures of what looked like a woman.
It's the stuff that would have been on the walls.
Would have
right?
been on the walls. Would have been like strewn about the castle, stuff like that. So you find like a what looks like a drawer almost that has what would be clothes. You see a set of set of armor. You see what looks like a very ceremonial looking trident, stuff like that. So you see all of that down here in this space. You do see you see three portraits that are here as well. You can see one of a woman who is she's got elvish features.
That's right. So this is
Yeah.
the one that I remember from the...
Correct.
The memories.
The sort of elvish features, I believe, silverish hair, like long hair, slightly darker skin, but also gills. On the and the two others, they seem to be like male Triton, both Tritons. One of them seems to be in a more sort of a warrior pose, and you look at them, you can see familiarities. There's like resemblance
Yeah.
to yourself in both the male figures as well as the female one. Like your cheekbones are very similar to the elfish
Ear
one.
shape.
Yeah, the ear shape, those sort of things. Like they are very similar to all three of these. And
Two dads.
and this is like these are propped up. These are sort of propped up, like just by the middle of this nest, effectively. As this creature sort of brings you down, you see it sort of goes past this nest off to the.
Hazel does kind of linger, looking at them for a while and just taking it all in.
Yeah, and this creature waits, lets you take a look at it, and then eventually starts to move again.
When it starts to move, I'll move.
Yeah. You see it like it takes you to the far end of this semicircular room, and at the far end there is what looks to be another small opening that seems to lead even further down. As you crest the sort of threshold of there, you see what is the other half of this hemisphere. Like it's the lower half of it.
Yeah. So there's like a floor in between the two.
Yeah, there's like a floor in between the two. As you come down into there, what you see is in the middle of the bowl seems to be a sandstone-looking basin with 3 points on either side, on all 3 of those sides, and coiled around it, all the way around in this massive room, is a creature. It seems to be. The only reason you can tell it's a creature is because it's moving unnaturally. It's almost like the current of the water itself seems to be moving and forming what would be the body of this massive serpentine creature. And you see...
Is that your other brother?
You see this... Because it's so coiled up, it almost looks like a whirlpool in this room.
Right.
You can't see its head. All you see is these massive, what look to be water currents, just like flowing through this room, and it invokes images of serpents, massive serpentine creatures. And you see the beholder. It leads you down towards that central basin. And as you sort of slowly start to make your way down there, we'll take our first break. Okay, so Hessel, you have traveled down into the depths of this city, the ruined city above, seeing the different sort of underground architecture of this place, and eventually seemingly leaving the underground element of the city proper and moving into sort of a natural cavern which further opens up into a rather interesting looking space. A massive spherical chamber, hundreds and hundreds of feet across. The upper level of it seemingly a mosaic on the floor of a whirlpool.
And a real one beneath it.
Exactly, a real one beneath it.
Which came first?
As you sort of get into this room, you see this creature seems to be leading you towards that sandstone basin at the center of this. Make a history check.
A history check? Happy to. That is going to be that's a 16.
16. Looking at this creature, this whirlpool of a creature that is in this space, this roiling mass of water that seems to form the serpentine body, it invokes an image that you saw back in the circus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of elder titans.
Yeah.
And you know them to be chaotic creatures, but that story told in the circus also mentioned or narrated elements that talk about these elder titans in today's world. Some of them slumbering, others very much active. An example given was the Earth Titan that guards the dwarven city of Uthrakil on Meereen. That's the immediate thing that comes to your mind as you're looking at this massive, this colossal creature. Yeah. And you see the sort of basin in the middle as you're being led towards.
It's a really big one though.
You arrive at this basin, and you can see within it there seems to be that same crest that you saw up above, and the one that's on the ring. There's that crest sits in the basin, like within the basin itself. 3 of its 6 points almost sort of jutting outwards. The beholder sort of shifts up and sort of leads you above this, and he says,
Bleed.
Happy to. Just before I do, I never did get your name.
I wasn't given one.
Same? I hadn't heard the name Virgil before. I call myself Hessel. Means, well, outcast, abandoned one.
As you say that, there's this you see its eye, for a moment its eyes sort of soften a little, and then immediately it's got its guard back up. Doesn't respond.
Right. Well, still a big hole in my hand here, so I think that should do fine.
Oh my gosh, baby!
The tension
Go.
is broken by a cat. A sea cat.
A sea cat.
Just floating by a catfish. Come on. It's a catfish. Oh, damn.
I can't say that. I can't say that. That'll get taken down off YouTube.
I get ready to hold my hand out over there just to kind of squeeze my fingers into the hole, but just kind of I hold there for a second. Should I be concerned? Should I be worried here? What is it you hope to accomplish? I like the sound of that. But revenge against who? The ones who did that above?
You see its entire body just nods.
Yeah. I want revenge for that too.
Then bleed.
Alright. I start to squeeze and just twist my hand.
And as you do, the drops of blood sort of pool around, and you see as they do, and as they're sort of dripping from your wound, it almost gravitates towards this basin. You see 3 points almost start to hum slightly, and you hear Ooh.
Get the shit out of me.
Okay.
This is why we leave the cat out.
Hey, Manibus. Manibus now in cat form.
Yeah, none of it's now in cat form.
Yep.
Should I just lock her up?
We're okay. We're okay. We're chilling.
All right. Yes, as the blood starts to pool around your hand, you see it start to almost sort of float down towards this, and you see the beholder starts to mutter something, and almost like an incantation. What?
I do speak primordial.
Yep, it is.
Specifically Aquan, which is the.
It is
wet primordial, as Nick has so eloquently put it.
It is speaking. It is
Yep.
speaking Aquan,
Yeah.
and it almost seems like a prayer, which then morphs into a plea for help, a protect us. Sort of, it takes in it sort of goes into that vein of talking, and as he's sort of constantly muttering this incantation, you see the blood start to pool and pool, and you see it sort of gets that center of that basin and it's sort of pulling up in there. You start to get a little bit lightheaded from it.
Yeah, because I kind of already gave some blood on today to an octopus.
Yeah, you start to get a bit lightheaded.
Yeah, and you.
It's just the donation today.
Yeah.
You need some juice.
Didn't even have the cookies between.
Yeah. And as it starts to slowly fill up, it takes its time, and once it gets to a certain point, your hand stops. The blood stops. About 5 minutes is what it takes. You notice that the beholder's not looking. Its eye stalk isn't. Its big eye isn't pointed down towards this. It is sort of looking away, but the other eyeballs are looking at you.
I mean, it's not trying to stop the magic of the ritual it's doing? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's weird.
So just averting its gaze.
It's not trying to suppress the ritual. You see it sort of there, and as the blood stops, you hear it sort of speak in primordial, and says, in primordial, the words are to the tune of, "With royal blood given, the protector shall rise." And you see the blood start to drain from the basin itself, and as it does, you see these streaks of red start to mingle into this
Well, there's your DNA
vortex.
test, I guess.
Into this vortex, and you see this thing start to shift and move as this beholder keeps this incantation going over and over. With royal blood given, the protector shall rise. With royal blood given, the protector shall rise. And it starts to. It just keeps muttering that over and over again. Is there anything that you're doing, or just waiting and watching?
You're out of the anti-magic cone.
You are outside the anti-magic cone.
Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting until I feel like this ritual is coming to its completion. I am in the back of my mind preparing to potentially do something to cast a spell.
Okay.
But that's just in the back of my mind. But I will try and speak during this to it. What will you do with this?
It doesn't stop. The incantation keeps going. And you can now start to see that blood sort of almost... the color of this thing is starting to get more and more red.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
This spell that it's doing, the incantation that it's saying, I understand the words it's saying specifically.
Yep.
Do I have any understanding of whether or not this thing, this being the beholder, is seeking to just release something, or by this binding will have some kind of control over whatever this creature is?
Roll a religion check.
Right. That is a. It's an 18. Yeah.
An 18?
Yeah.
You get, like, there are elements of this where it's, the parts of it where it's like, okay, royal blood being an element of this casting, you get the sense that there probably is some element of control or command that this creature would want to give to this entity once it rises.
You mean command over it, or?
No, like it's hard to tell. It's just one of those things where, like, it's a religious ritual. Some of the things that you've noticed is that it's giving it's giving
Yeah.
Your blood, or royal blood, as a source of activation.
There was
So-
talk of like get him.
So
Very much.
with that, Hessel's understanding of blood and control and command over other creatures, I would like to try and use my own spellcraft to effectively try and hijack the spell, to be able to use the incantation that this creature is using
It's your blood.
speak it myself.
Your blood.
Roll
As part of it.
roll intelligence plus proficiency.
Okay.
And I will do the same for this creature.
Do you really want to use my dice tray?
Yeah, I do.
That's not your dice.
Oh, shit.
It's my number though.
Yeah, it is. It's Mason's number. Oh, that's not good.
Use a different dice tray.
You. That's a 12 total.
That's alright, that's alright, that's alright.
I'll roll that again.
Did it get stuck?
He got stuck.
Oh, I mean, isn't that fate? Isn't that a sign? You know?
I'll roll it outside of the thing. Nick can see the number from where he is.
I can't see the number.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna take a picture of this just because I don't want there to be any. Cool. So you try to hijack this spell. You start muttering the same incantation to this creature, and there's a for a moment you feel like you're starting to grasp at something. There's something there. Like, easiest way to explain it is almost like a magical. There's the blood that he used as part of it is a binding element.
Yeah.
It is absolutely a binding element of the spell. So you try and use that and leverage that to shift, to try and see if you can bind it to you instead of this. But like as soon as you do so, you see an overwhelming amount of control that this creature seems to exert on this ritual, and it's almost like you see it at the helm. Like you see it at, it's almost like you see it at the wheel, you try to grab it and this creature just like bats you off, like and as soon as that happens, you see it, one of its eyes turns towards eye stalks turns towards you, and you see a bluish beam shoot out towards you. I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Strength saving throw. All right.
Easy.
I shall. Natural 20.
Nice. You see this bluish beam hit you and almost try and like shove you off in another direction, but
Yeah, I was gonna say blue color.
but you sort of flex away from it, and yeah, like it doesn't seem to have an effect. You see its eye sort of, it starts to get annoyed and angry, and you see it slowly starts to shift where it is in the room. So you can do something, as you can take a turn at this point.
Yeah.
But what it's basically doing is it's moving to be pretty much in front of you as opposed to above you at this stage, because you're currently right above the
Yeah.
the basin. this thing is above you there, and it's sort of moving into
So
that
it wants to
position.
get it so it's not touching the ritual that it's doing. But you're there, so
Yep. Mm-hmm.
if you swim right above it, then you won't be able to do it.
While this is happening, I need you can have either one person roll advantage or two people roll separately. I need you guys to roll a survival check to see if you can navigate how quickly you can navigate this sort of
I can do
labyrinth
survival.
of
Decent. Better than mine, probably.
Definitely better than mine. I've got a +1.
Mine's +2.
Yeah.
so you can roll with advantage or you can have two people roll.
Hey.
That is a 21.
21. Perfect. So as you're sort of going through, you're able to sort of pick up on
Disturbances in the dirt.
disturbance in the sediments and that sort of stuff to sort of start moving into to basically track which way this thing went. And yeah, I'd say you'll get there shortly.
Especially if we start hearing rumblings of any kind.
Yeah, that's not happening yet. But yeah, back to this. So yeah, you can take a turn now.
Yeah. I feel your anger. I can only imagine what you have suffered here, alone all this time. You aren't alone anymore. You need not act rashly.
Roll persuasion.
Oh boy. That's not bad.
High DC.
That's a 16?
Is that all you're doing with your turn?
At this stage,
It doesn't seem to stop. It continues its incantation.
I'm still, in the back of my mind, I'm trying to stay ready. Well, I have a reaction that I can try and use, should I feel like the need arises.
Is it a magical reaction?
It is. Are you so sure that you can control this?
It continues its thing. It says,
Only I can.
I'm sure.
and it continues its incantation more and more.
But who will you kill? The ones who did this?
All of them.
I saw 4.
There are more. I will do to them what they did to us.
And you can feel this thing's anger, and as it sort of starts to say that thing, and you see the blood start to sort of swirl even more and more in this, you can as it starts to get to that end of the sentence, there's almost this like shuddering effect. You can feel this thing's anger sort of manifesting, and you can see its sort of eyes all start to slowly glow, one by one.
Yeah, I start to get just a little bit closer to it. I'm just like reaching out, like to caress.
It recoils from your touch, and it's just you see, like, roll an insight check.
Yeah. 3. Not high. Very sub 10. So.
Yeah, no idea.
So my intention with that was to try to see if it would allow me to get close to it. If it doesn't,
It doesn't.
I'm going to try to propel myself forwards as quickly as I can with my swim speed to try and
Do your
touch
dolphin
it.
jump.
Okay.
Just to try and like jolt forwards to touch it.
Roll an attack.
Okay,
With your dexterity.
So the touch that I'm trying to do is to be able to cast Blight on it at 4th level.
Okay, so you're trying to cast a spell. Okay, so just roll a spell attack. Melee spell attack.
Melee spell attack? Okay. Fuck! God, what is with this dice tray?
What did you roll?
The Mason number. So that is going to be a 12 total to be
You
able
reach
to...
out to hit this thing with blight, and you see, like, at the stage of the ritual, you see that this thing is you reach out. It almost mutters. It mutters something in primordial, and you see one of the swirling creature, like a tendril of water current seems to like just shoot out, hit this thing, and move it out the way. So you see that it's starting to assert some level of control already over this thing. And you miss and sort of shoot past it. And as you do, this thing immediately as you shoot past it, it immediately turns around and its eye immediately focuses onto you.
My question is, because I didn't touch it, have I completed casting the spell?
I'd say you've completed casting the spell.
So then it uses the spell slot.
It uses a spell slot.
Okay. Oh, actually, I lied.
Flight's also not a touch.
It's not a touch spell.
It's a 30 foot.
It's a 30 foot, and it needs to make a con save.
Yeah, cool.
So I would try to touch it just for the sake of getting close to it. I for some reason thought it was a touch spell.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't think it was.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's still
Con save?
Curse's touch. It's a similar sort of thought.
Or inflict wounds.
Inflict wounds.
That's cool.
Stop re-rolling the bad rolls, saying they're cold feet. We're gonna die anyway.
That's an 8.
An 8?
It fails, but it uses its legendary resistance to
overcome it, so it takes half damage. It still takes damage. That's going to be 8d8 necrotic damage.
Roll it.
As Hazel tries to
Do you want some d8s?
No, I'll use the dice roller on here. I just try to put as much of that necrotic force into that as possible. That is going to be that's 33 points of necrotic damage.
Up to 16. No,
Hoping that would perhaps break its concentration.
Yeah, it's going to roll a concentration check.
Just go a bit of 10.
And Hissel will just say, "You're blind. For all your eyes, you're blinded by this rage."
That's it succeeds. Cool. You say that. You say that, and it sort of as it so you feel this thing's sort of complete the ritual. As it mutters the last set of words.
My reaction counter spell.
This is the casting of the spell.
It's not a spell. It's more of a prayer.
Question. We arrived.
I'll say you're getting. Yeah, I'd say this is.
If we saw this, then I would also try and counterspell.
Give me a second. I'm trying to
We
figure out.
The range is 60 feet, so.
I'm trying to see if this is a spell. This isn't a spell. It's a prayer.
So it's
But it's casting a
But it's not using
magic.
It's not using a spell slot to cast a spell. Otherwise, you'd be able to counterspell
It's
any
ritually,
magical
it's
effect.
ritually casting something.
It's not casting anything. It's using a pre-existing prayer to activate something. So it's this isn't a spell that you can counterspell. So you try to, and there's a
But I know that there is some magical essence to it because it was not looking at the.
Yeah, so there is some sort of magic on the actual basin itself.
I would have a different action then,
Okay,
which I will
go for it.
take as soon as I can.
Okay.
As soon as I have the opportunity to do so.
Cool. So you use your reaction to try and counterspell this thing, and it usually when you counterspell something, it's you.
Thinking about the history and stuff, would he have been able to have determined that before he actually cast the counterspell, seeing as he did roll high on a history check about the thing, and was connected with it for a bit while trying to do it, so there might be a chance for him to have known that beforehand, had the reaction to go do it, but then stop early enough.
Roll Arcana.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Nick. That is
Better than a 4.
8 plus 7 is 50. Yeah.
15. Yeah. You're not sure what this is.
Okay, so I'll knock off a third level.
Yeah.
This ain't looking good, lads.
Goodbye, Dorset.
Knock off a third level.
Goodbye, the burrow.
Call the confident.
Right. The next chance I have to take an action, I will do so.
So you feel it complete this thing, and as you know it's completed because there's a shudder throughout this entire dome, the entire spherical structure. You guys feel it as you're just entering this sort of domed structure from above. What you guys see is as soon as you come in, you see that whole sort of whirlpool mosaic and the nest in the middle. And you see the shells that have been used to make it. They're starting to the cracks starting to form around it.
So we just entered the top.
You've just entered the top
part of
hemisphere at the
the
moment.
I more than likely won't take this action if what I think is true. So during the last part of this ritual, it did look at me, right? Which means that the thing's right behind me. So effectively, it would be in the anti-magic cone. So if I was to try and
you're in the anti-magic cone, yes.
Yeah, and I'm right
Also,
over
your
the top of the
counterspell
thing.
wouldn't have gone off because anti-magic.
True. But I guess it also means that the actual thing itself that it was going into is also in the cone, yeah?
No, so the way it was
It's below you. The part's below you,
Yeah.
but it's looking at you.
at you.
It's looking at you from the
So
side.
It's looking at you from
you're
the
here,
front.
and it's looking at you from here, and that's the ritual down there. So it's looking at you.
So
now.
it's yeah.
Does
So
the
it,
cone
But
not...
I'm over
cone-
the top of it. The
Just
cone, it would
down?
still be in the cone, correct?
no, it's right next to you there. The cone is the basin's around about there in the middle.
Yeah.
So cone goes past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have looked at you.
Just over the top, because I've literally been
like-
standing over the top, leading into it. Yeah.
Yeah,
If you look
but
at the
he
square
was
and the cone's like this, you're in this half and the ritual's in this half, so that's...
Oh, okay.
correct.
I guess I'll lean down a little bit lower by the altar thing.
Sweet. So then you start. So you move
'Cause
down to it.
I thought I was standing next to it.
You
to
were
get
originally,
into
but when
it.
you sort of
Oh yeah.
lunged to do the blight, you sort of went past it because you wanted to touch it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's where this sort of shift has happened. So okay, you go down towards it, and it doesn't shift its gaze. It leaves it where it is.
Okay.
Because
As soon as I feel magic return to me,
yeah,
I will whip that wand out
Yep.
from there, and I will try to cast Dispel Magic on that point.
fine, but its go happens first.
Yeah.
'cause-
That's
Cool.
totally okay.
So
Just saying, yeah. That's
Yeah,
the
that's the
chance
next-
I have
next
to
chance you
take
get,
the
cool.
action. Yeah.
So you feel this ritual complete. You see from the sort of whirling whirlpool, parts of this thing's serpentine body sort of shift and move, and you see what looks like the head of it. It looks like the head of a dragon almost. Sort of peek out and look towards this beholder, and it just lashes out like a snake and just swallows it. And as it does, you see inside this beholder is you see its eyes go white. All of its eyes just go white, and you start to see this whirlpool start to get more and
Did it
more.
look surprised?
You know, you see this whirlpool starts
Wide-eyed.
you see this whirlpool start to go, like,
Okay.
get more and more like chaotic. It starts to and you can as it starts to move, you start to feel yourself almost start to spin in that spot because you're pretty much in the center of this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My action's changed yet again. As
That's
the
fine.
situation has changed
Yep.
with it, Kessel's going to keep on kicking over towards where this altar thing was.
Mm-hmm.
Is this shit loud?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You guys can hear it.
I'm
you guys,
rolling ass
yeah.
because
Yeah,
I'm
same.
fast, so
I'm going to try to just pin myself down by this thing for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to reach into the bag of holding, hold out in front of me the wish scroll,
Yep.
and I've bled enough already.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to bleed a little bit more.
Cool. You bleed a little bit more into it, and as your blood drops onto this paper, you see it sort it swirls into these different what almost look like little divots or almost like channels for this blood to flow through, and you see it sort of channel out from the center middle of the paper to the different sigils that are all over it, and you see them sort of glow red. Mason, you hauling ass down to the hole, you emerge down into this area, and what you see is this massive serpentine creature just like lunging for this beholder, and having grabbed it, inside its dragon-like face, you see this beholder's eyes are going white, and then down below, above this basin, you can see Hessel standing there with that wish scroll unfurled, and a red glow just like lighting his face from the underneath.
I have a very specific question.
Yep.
How far is it from me to the beholder?
You to the beholder would be about 90 feet.
Can you step at the
This
water?
is a fucking colossal room with this creature in it, so the distances are large.
Yeah.
If I could get to you, then I could thunderstep us.
You won't get to me for a while. Wait. I'm going to make a beeline for the beholder. I can make 75 feet with a stick of the wind.
You use 75 feet to get to the beholder. You move. You see as you're looking down at the scroll, and this red glow starts to wash over you. The scroll goes blank, and you have 1 9th level spell slot that can only cast the wish spell.
Okay.
So you have that. You have the ability to cast the wish spell. You get the sense it's a one and done, but you have the ability to cast the wish spell.
I feel that into my mind, and I just quickly fill that back up.
That was
Put it back into the thing.
That was your turn.
No. And I just see Mason there, and I feel not alone anymore.
Yep. What you're seeing as soon as you sort of look up, and that the knowledge of how to bend the weave to your will passes through. Are you wearing the crown?
Not currently. It's in the old bag there.
It's in the old bag. Okay, cool. Never mind then.
At least something went right.
I was like, fuck yes!
The crown is wheeling.
That's when the soul of Silas inside the crown tries to take control.
Cool.
Just all the middle fingers are out at the moment, just around.
Yeah.
So the ability to bend the weave to your will has entered your.
Steps back 1 step forward.
And you see where the beholder is. You see its skin almost starts to bubble and shift and move as it starts to like almost condense to smaller and smaller and smaller form. You see its form shift into something more humanoid, something very familiar. You see a fully nude Triton with your face.
Doesn't have a goatee.
It does not.
Can't be evil, dude.
You see it sort of turn into this form. It looks down towards its hands. It looks down towards you. Its eyes are still white. And you see this, like, creature that's sort of been swirling disappears. The entire body of this creature vanishes.
And this Triton with it.
No, the Triton's there, so he's just standing there all ominously above you, as this ritual completes. In essence, he sort of looks down towards you and he says, "Thank you, brother." Now I will extract our vengeance on them.
Let me do it with you. You don't have to be alone.
That's fucking 6 seconds. I'm still doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. You do what you're doing.
I was taking a route the exact same way that the beholder was, because that sounded like it took more than 6 seconds anyway. I was going through the mouth and I was fucking punching the beholder in the mouth.
Cool.
So I'm just fucking beelining it.
Yeah.
It's like, brother, I shall boom.
Yeah, pretty much. Roll an attack, Mason.
17.
17. As you come past, this thing just like tilts backwards, and you go shooting past it. You miss. When you said, "Let me come to it with you," was Hessel being?
Oh, Hessel was being honest.
Roll persuasion then.
+1, that's 16.
He holds out his hand and he says, "Come." And you see his sort of, his ears almost sort of twitching, and the eyes are starting to glow. You get the sense he's casting some sort of a spell at this point, but he's holding his hand out waiting for you to take it.
Yep.
Are we...
We'll be in the
Yes,
chamber at this point.
I'd say at this point you would have gone in, like you just come down into the chamber, and what you're seeing is Mason's just, you see the trail that Mason left of bubbles sort of shooting through.
Well, I didn't go past it, I was going up to it, because I can move that far with my movement. But yeah.
I'm gonna start.
You're pretty much still within melee of it. It's just more of a cinematic, cool little.
I'll start drifting up towards him at half speed, and I'll say to him in between that punch, "How does Rigel sound?"
I like it.
And I'm just kind of out the corner of my eye, keeping Mason in my view and the others as well as I start to try and move up towards him.
Cool.
I'm not moving quick, but I'm moving towards him.
Cool. You start moving towards him, and he sort of starts to, seeing that you're moving, he starts to slowly drift towards you as well. Hand outstretched. You get an opportunity attack.
Can I very quickly glance at Hessel and try and get a read on like what I should do?
Roll an insight check.
It's better than my insight.
17.
Yeah, what's your 10 plus charisma?
My
10 plus charisma.
10 plus charisma is 11, I think.
Yep. Sweet. So you can convey to Mason your intention.
Okay, so you see fear in Hessel's eye, and him. You've seen him move very, very quickly before. Hessel doesn't seem to be moving quickly towards this thing, as in like he's maybe delaying,
Stalling.
Okay.
stalling.
As this creature goes to leave my range, I'm going to make another attack at him.
Cool.
My first.
Roll to hit.
Roll better, you fuck. It's not.
It is a day.
It's not.
It is
I
a
won't.
Do you want some other dice,
You,
maybe?
you swing out again, and this and you see this creature just like ducks down
This
under
is a
your
freaking Dragon Ball Z fight.
yeah under your punch, and it sort of and it moves. It starts to move quicker. It gets to within 5 feet of you and holds its
boy.
hand out.
5 feet.
Do you take it?
I look to see if I see the others at all.
The others are there. So you guys are currently, I'd say, that was 90. He's moved a little bit closer to Hessel. I'd say it's about 110 feet from where you guys currently are. So you guys can take a turn if you want.
Sure.
I mean, I can do that if you want.
Can't
You
do
said
that.
it looked like he was casting a spell.
Yeah, like he was intending to do something.
Can't do much from 110 feet away.
Yep.
Yeah. I am going to, if Callian is willing, I'm going to try and.
Can I do that? 110 feet away. 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 110 feet away
I will thunderstep us 9 feet closer.
You,
There's
there's this,
the handle on the table just
There's-
touched my leg.
there's this that goes off, and the two of you appear about 20 feet from this creature. So you're about, let's say, 5 feet from Mason.
And you got movement after that, huh?
Yeah.
And
You got half movement in water, and if you're dragging Callion, that's another half.
Wouldn't be dragging. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you guys both have.
I will spend a sorcery point. So I have 3 rooms lit up.
Oh, okay, give me a second. All right.
And I'm gonna look at the beholder.
He's naked, right? So it's
Yes.
very obvious. which
Yes,
one it is.
it's very obvious which one is Hessel.
Yeah.
Hessel's still got his clothes on. This
Also
guy's
not covered in
completely-
tattoos.
His hair is different.
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
also not covered in tattoos.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, does he have same hair or try
Yeah.
any?
No, he's got the same. So he looks.
Same right here.
He looks very much like Hessel, but there's very slight sort of changes.
It's like his or not his his.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a twin.
Like a twin almost.
The vanilla one, though.
Yeah.
Your Majesty.
He doesn't respond. You can see his entire concentration is currently on Hessel, seemingly waiting for Hessel to respond.
I'm trying to not metagame this because I obviously don't have any
Yep.
context for what is going on. Except, did we see the end of we saw the thing get absorbed into him?
You didn't.
Okay.
The two of you didn't.
I wasn't
Mason
sure.
did.
Sorry. Okay.
But you have just seen Mason try and punch this.
Yeah,
thing twice.
you've seen Mason try to punch this thing twice. What you've seen as soon as you've entered this location is an empty bowl, massive fuck off bowl, with Hessel roughly around about this above where the center would be. This creature having walked up to Hessel, arm extended, and hand extended, and Mason, who's seemingly tried to throw a punch and missed.
Cast Moonbeam on.
You cast Moonbeam on it?
Yep.
All right.
Show
Cool.
your true form, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah. If it's a shape changer of any kind.
Yep, you cast Moonbeam. This column of moonlight appears. And it's crazy. It's like you're underwater. You can't see the sky, but there's this just like it's almost like a spotlight goes off, and this thing's right in the middle of it. What's the radius on Moonbeam?
5 feet.
5 feet. So is he at the center of it, or is Moonbeam off to the side so that Hessel's not in it? Because Hessel's within 5 feet of the sky.
It was centered on him.
I'd be trying to not hit his
Yeah.
away.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So the moonbeam goes off. It hits this creature. He's going to make a what is it? Con save?
16.
Disadvantage if he's any of the
Disadvantage
things?
if he's a shape changer. I don't think he is.
11. He fails. Roll damage.
Hot diggity damn.
So that is. Why am I? There we go. That is 12 radiant damage.
12 radiant damage. Cool. Takes 12 radiant damage.
And then if he is a shape changer, he gets kicked out of whatever form. He gets kicked to his original position. He's not.
He's not a shape changer. This is his true form.
That's awesome.
And as the spell hits and you see it sort of start to sizzle on his skin, you see him get irritated effectively. And
Was he holding a spell?
yes, he was. He was about to cast something, so he was holding that. So concentration save. It's a 10 plus 4. 14. So he holds it. He says to Hessel, "Last chance, Virgil." Do you take his hand?
I just need to look up a spell real quick. Does he seem any more stable now than before in terms of emotional stability?
Insight check.
Natural 1. I am overcome by emotion.
You are looking at this creature, so like it's weird because like you've just been told that you have a twin. There's like an essence of denial. There was up until now there was this like denial thing that no, this creature, this beholder is probably like trying to manipulate me kind of a thing. But now seeing this creature in front of you and also sort of having an understanding of how Moonbeam works, knowing this is the creature's true form, that there's this overwhelming like just amount of emotion flowing through at the moment. It's you're not able to tell.
Do I have an action?
I don't think so. He hasn't had his turn yet, and I've had all of you go. Yep. So this is effectively as a, do you take his hand or not? Otherwise, it's going to go down to his turn.
I'm guessing it's teleport.
Okay. Do I feel? I don't feel the effects of the anti-magic cone.
No, you don't.
Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. I'm going to. Hessel's going to hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to tell if he's crying underwater or not, but he might be.
Cool.
I have a word in my mind, a single word that I'm going to speak.
Yep.
But I can't say it right now, so I'm just going to be ready to try and stop him if he tries to leave.
Okay.
With a reaction.
So you hesitate to reach out, and he says...
Yeah.
Yeah. As you sort of hesitate, tremble and hesitate, he says to you, that's a shame. And he casts teleport.
I will attempt to counterspell.
I will also attempt to
roll a thing.
Use Wish cast at 8th level. Bada bing, bada boom.
Well, I'm trying to use Wish, but I need an action to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my intention. I just need him to be here for another turn.
Wish to activate it.
Yeah.
So it's D10 plus your... Sorry, D20 plus your intelligence modifier. And you need to beat a 17.
Intelligence modifier is +5.
Yep, so that's a D20 plus 5.
I'll just wait until...
Ophelia is as well.
Yeah.
But
I'm just gonna
Wait for this one.
15.
Your spell goes off. You feel yourself try to wrench the. You feel yourself trying to wrench the knitting of the weave around this creature as it tries to transport. Ophelia, you fire off your counterspell.
I had Moonbeamed, you'd have advantage.
You've cast.
I don't think so. I think it's 16.
That
would
fails.
you rather not let him die?
Yep, so that fails as well. Both of you attempt to counterspell this thing from either end. From either end, you see you feel the weave sort of tightening around this creature, and you try to undo it frantically. And as you see this creature start to sort of disappear from the space, Hessel, you see a smile on its face, and just and you see him. The last words to speak to you says, "I have no room for hesitation."
I want to grab him.
He's gone. He's gone. And there you are, in this space. Everything goes quiet. All you can hear is the blood pumping through your bodies. Your heart beats insanely quickly. I think that's a good space to take a second break. All right. Here we stand. In an empty... Yeah. Here we float in a recently emptied chamber that housed some sort of an elder Titan. Yes.
So, Mason saw the beholder get eaten and turn into the thing. From what point did we see? Did we see the elemental thing?
No, you didn't.
Okay. We just saw
You came down, you saw...
the dude.
Yeah, you came down, you saw... yeah. No, I was about to say Virgil.
You saw Virgil,
Yeah.
you saw Rigel as well.
Yeah. You came down and saw Hessel face to face with naked Hessel and Mason whiff a punch.
This is very revealing for Hessel.
Just because they're twins doesn't mean everything's the same.
Yeah.
But no.
Anyway.
Like, I didn't know that Hazel had a tail.
Oh, he's run the other way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you stand in this this recently emptied chamber in the aftermath of the teleportation spell that's been cast, and Rigel has.
Still like reaching
And you're
out.
like bleeding still a bit,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a
I
little
don't know
bit.
if he's got any more blood left.
Yeah,
dude.
I kind of turn around to the others quickly and I say, there isn't a lot of time. I need to try something. I need to do something. I hope to keep him here longer. The wish scroll is blank. I used my blood. I have, I think, a chance to stop him. A quick rundown. He has taken the control of a primordial, an elder titan, and I think he is planning on destroying the burrow, if not more, to act revenge for what was done here.
Cool, we don't need any more.
Okay, alright, if I explode, maybe just stand back, I might explode.
Not a fucking chance.
Alright, thanks.
Maybe come away from the bloody altar thing.
Alright, okay. No one go too close to the walls. If this works, I think the primordial will be back here.
Should we
Do
go
we
up
have
on
to
the
fight
audio?
Yeah,
Floor.
to be safe. Yes, I still want to have this in sight.
I'll take Hessel up under his arms and just swim us both.
Yep.
Sort of lifeguard style up through the thing because
Cool.
Hessel's looking weak.
I will follow.
Yep.
Yeah, same.
And I'll try and stop Mason just as we get to a point where I can still see down towards where this thing is, and then I'll kind of look towards the others. I don't know what's going to happen when I cast this. It might not even work, but
I'm gonna put my
Try.
hand on Hessel's arm and transfer a rune to him.
Cool.
thank you.
There's a rune. You've got your weapon out.
Pointing to Hessel.
You've got your weapons out.
I have my sword out.
You have your sword out. Yeah.
Like that.
Hessel.
Why are you holding your sword like that?
It's also a gun.
Yeah.
Hessel stows his wand. He kind of takes his hands, he clasps them together,
stove.
and begins to focus. I focus on that mote of power,
Good luck.
on the sigils that are burnt into my mind.
Yep.
And I try to use that 9th level slot to cast Wish.
Cool. You start casting the spell, and what you all see, Hessel closes his eyes and starts to cast a spell on different parts of his body. Red runes appear. So throughout his arms.
Oh, twins.
Throughout his arms, one on his forehead. You see, it almost looks like he's now got red, like eyeliner, and it's this almost war paint style. Starts to drip down, and start to slowly connect all of these runes up.
Comprehend languages.
Yeah, you cast comprehend languages. That's not a language.
I didn't think so. I thought just a place.
Yeah, it's not a language. These are runes. Hessel.
They don't look anything like my ones, do they?
No. No. Your runes.
I assume they're
Your
very
runes-
angry-looking runes.
Yeah, they're very angry.
They're red.
Sharp and angular.
They're sharp.
looking.
Yes, very dangerous.
danger runes.
Your runes, when you look at them, there is sort of symbolism that you can sort of almost connect to the arcane glyphs that are used in spellcraft. This is something completely fucking different, dude. This is something.
The one that I slap on him changed color as well?
It did. So the rune that you slapped on him, as the red sort of war paint sort of stuff,
Oh, that doesn't
tattoo-like
focus on
thing
anything,
starts to flow through him. As it passes over your rune turns red and it shifts and morphs into one of these
I
runes.
can't live the spell.
Cool. So you start to channel this, and as this completes, you find yourself standing in a pitch black void. You can feel what seems like water around your ankles, and you start to sort of look around, and the void starts to speak to you.
This is a different void than the veil?
Yeah. No, this is... The veil is something completely different. This is just... It feels like emptiness, devoid of life, devoid of...
You're in space?
Anything. When you're in space, there's like...
Space with
like
stars.
empty space.
It's...
Nothing.
Yeah.
A complete vacuum.
Complete vacuum.
Yeah.
Except for the water.
It feels like water under your feet. But yeah, the void seems to almost start speaking to you. And it says... So... You invoke an ancient spell, an ancient rite.
A lot of that going around.
It comes at a price. Are you willing to pay? And as you sort of try and blink a little bit, you see from the middle of your chest you almost feel like you're throwing up, but you're not retching. It almost feels like something's being dragged out from inside of you, and you see this tiny little moat.
Right, Ursula.
Come out of your mouth, and is right in front of you. The only thing you can see is this moat. You are very confident this is a soul. Or at least represents a soul.
I'm flattered you know my name. This price, it's instant.
It is. And it unlocks a door.
What will become of it?
None of your business.
Do I have a name to call you by?
No. I am nameless. Formless.
Right. This deal then, if I agree to it.
You may make your wish.
Right. I wish that with this spell, the being I call Rycon is instantly and safely annihilated, and the primordial inside returned to its state and location immediately before the ritual.
Granted.
And you see the moat almost get devoured by the darkness. Outside, you all see the runes flash. They stay on his body. They flash. And you hear something move below, and as you look down, the primordial's back. It's asleep, unmoving.
You did it.
Hessel stays in that position.
Sort of shaking a little bit being next to him still.
No response.
Hessel? Hey, wake up. I'll shake him a bit more vigorously.
Maybe he just needs a minute.
You hear, "Thank you for your patronage, Tools." And your eyes open. You feel empty. You should feel just almost relieved, satisfied. But you don't. You don't feel.
I don't feel sadness for Rigel.
You don't feel sadness for Rigel. You don't feel happiness for accomplishing a task. You don't feel. You see the people in front of you, and you see your friends standing there, and you know who they are. All of your memories are intact, but everything almost seems logical. You know the logical way out of here. You know what this place is, but you have no feeling towards it.
No sentimentality.
No sentimentality. The glyphs stay.
I just look down below.
Yep.
To see if it's there.
It's there. It worked.
Are you alright?
Hassel, if your alignment isn't already true neutral, change your alignment to true neutral.
And saltless.
One moment.
Is this there right now?
So I've changed my alignment.
Alignment?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And I've also sent you a text. So, yeah.
Spell worked. Rigel was annihilated, if my wording was correct. The creature's back here, so it worked.
Still got runes on you. How do you feel?
I saw these. I saw these appear when I was casting the spell.
Can I check him over? See how? Just see how physically he seems.
Can I do
Yep.
an insight check?
You can roll insight. You can do investigation.
Medicine?
Really, this should be the other way
medicine.
around.
Medicine. Yep.
Oh, not 20.
Okay. Yeah. Looking at him, he's like
24.
there's something. There's definitely something off about him. Like he's, he should. You knowing Hessel, like an accomplishment of this sort, like being able to cast that sort of a spell, is insane. It's
And I knew it was a little bit funky.
yeah. Oh, the other thing. Using the wish spell outside of its.
Yep.
So yeah,
Roll a d100.
roll a d100.
33%, right?
33 or below.
So 0 is 100. So 33 or below. It's
Yep,
weird.
33 or below,
Otherwise, I'm
and
burnt out from wish forever.
correct.
95, baby.
You're fine.
Yeah. That was me. That was Scott.
22 medicine.
22 medicine. Sorry. The other thing as well is, do you immediately you lose like the strength sapping?
Yeah, so Hessel's strength drops to 3
yeah,
2d4 days.
for 2d4.
for 2d4
so roll
days.
2d4s.
For 5 days
So then-
total.
5 days total.
5
Cool.
days
We're good.
total.
So the next 5 days.
If I cast any spells today, I take 1d10 necrotic damage
For every-
spell level.
Yeah.
Unavoidable damage.
Yep. So you see, like with your medicine check, you notice like Hessel's gone a lot gaunter. Like he's got noodle like skeleton arms. There's a sort of necrosis that seems to be spreading from
On top of the severe blood loss.
yeah, on top of the severe blood loss. There's some sort of necrosis that seems to be spreading from the runes itself.
Necrosis, we've all had that, right?
Yeah.
Is there any-
You feel insanely weak, but
Is there anything else that he detects from medicine? From medicine check?
no, that's not. It's not medicine. But yeah, your insight check reveals
There's something wrong.
There's something wrong. He's not reacting the way he usually
Especially
would.
because he was quite upset like 2 minutes ago.
Yep. And like he was very upset, very emotionally charged up until two seconds ago, and then now it's gone. He's stone faced.
I feel weak, but I think rest should recover me fine. I don't think my arcane ability, I think it's tapped for the day. I don't think I can accomplish much else.
I'll help you back to the surface.
Probably a good idea. We don't do anything.
What was that?
Who was who? Oh,
Daily you.
it was a beholder. It was a manifestation, I think.
A manifestation of all the bad stuff, yes.
Supposedly claimed to be my brother.
So we could turn into a beholder.
You saw what it was trying to show me, right? You saw 2 children.
Yeah.
Supposedly twins. I think he wasn't born, not properly.
So it just
And
became that.
yes.
I'm sorry.
And then what he became after merging with that primordial was something different. I had hoped I could reason with him, hoped that I could appeal to his new sense.
Yeah, we're kind of just like looking down at the primordial like, ah!
But he was set on revenge. He was blinded by his emotional need to exact vengeance for a crime committed a long time ago. And I don't think he would have cared who it was that he killed. So that's why I used that spell. I wouldn't have done so otherwise. I'm not flippant.
I think you made the right call.
I was trying to stall for time to allow the rest of you to arrive.
Scott, I've just sent you in the text.
Right, Hessel takes out his crystal.
We're role playing here. Shut the hell up, DM.
Shit.
I see what you meant by the meatball with eyes.
Oh, like ages ago when I described the beholder.
That was like 10 minutes ago.
Was it?
In game.
I couldn't remember. I thought
Anyway.
it was.
The ritual he was performing, I remember it. To bind with this creature here, this primordial. I imagine it made him stronger. I can perform the ritual myself.
No!
We would not benefit from the power of that thing.
Not right now.
I think even if you could, you're
You're too weak
way
at the
too
moment.
damaged to do anything now.
I think that that's messing with things that we don't understand a bit much. Using that scroll was a good call to fix something that was bad. I think
We
that's...
can't just undo that.
I still don't know what other
I
effects it might have then.
I just think that messing with the primordials, another one, it's pushing it that little bit too far.
It's a fair point. He seemed to be under his own volition, own senses, but he was also consumed by the creature, so there's no telling what it would do to me.
I think
Whether or not I would be able to control that.
And I prefer you as you anyway.
It's an ace up our sleeve. If we need...
We'll come back right before the summoning circle, get the primordial, kick some ass, then put him back.
Maybe save it for something a little bigger than Stunning Circle.
Indeed.
Like the finals.
If the
Bronze.
reserve gets too close, if they cause you too much trouble, then I can help.
I don't think we
solve
need
that.
to go that far.
Bring down hellfire in water.
I have a piece of stone from above. I'd like to take a piece of stone from down here so that I might return once I have the ability to do so, should we need this. It will rest for now. It
It
should
need to be stone. There's plenty of
actually a piece of that
relics of the
tile.
city from.
And I'll just go over to some of the mosaic that was broken
Yeah.
off, and I'll just take that and I'll put that in the bag of holding.
So we're in the chamber above that has all the paintings and everything,
The upper
right?
hemisphere.
The upper hemisphere,
Yeah.
so there's the nest in the middle and the mosaic.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of swim over to all the stuff
Mm-hmm.
and just look at the paintings and stuff. Can I just do like a quick investigation to see if there's anything interesting? I
Yeah,
guess.
go for it.
I'd like to assist
Kelly.
you in that.
You okay to do that?
I think I should be able to ritual cast. It shouldn't take too much out of me. Unless you have the spell slots to spare. Could be worth risking more burnout.
I do not have to do magic.
Why don't you two have a look?
It's not a problem.
Why don't those two have a quick look over it with just their eyes, and then if they don't find anything interesting, maybe you can have a look with your arcane. I think
If
it'll
there
be
are
tapped. so-
any artifacts that could benefit us, or
I do not.
anything
Am
else
I
that we
rolling
could sell
with
for value.
advantage or sorry? What?
Oh, yeah, I can-
Why don't you give her a hand?
Yeah. I do not have to do magic.
Um. 14.
14. Yeah. So looking through it, it's like I said before. It's a bunch of It's a bunch of stuff that's not necessarily very valuable. Like it's.
I'm looking for sentimental.
Yeah, it does. So the elements that you find here that could potentially be very sort of sentimental in value. There is a what looks like a cloth that would be used to swaddle a newborn. There is a trident. It looks pretty ceremonial.
Yeah. It's the one that the guy's holding in the painting, right?
Yes, it's the more sort of warrior-looking of the two men. Seems to be holding this trident and wearing a breastplate. The breastplate is also here. Other than that, it's just like you see clothes, just standard everyday clothes.
Who've stood the test of time well, obviously. I guess they're waterproof.
They're only like 20 years old.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, put us underwater.
Yeah.
So it's everything they did.
Is Hessel looking at any of this stuff? Really?
No, I'm waiting to see if you all have found anything. of
I'll just
interest.
point out. Well, there's the trident that your father was holding in the picture there, and the breastplate, and I hold up the baby.
I think it would be worthwhile taking the trident and anything else that might be of value. I think after the day, I should be able to detect if anything is magical, without having to risk ritually casting anything. If it's not magical, we could still find some value for it back in the burrow or at another port.
I do have manifest inscriptions, which is revealing magic marks, runes,
Bad thing
wards.
to also do.
Yeah, I'll do that. So that expends a charged rune.
I imagine you see all of those things on this, or just
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty
Are
much.
they still glowing?
No, they're not glowing.
But are they still visible on the
They
skin?
are still. It's almost like
Tattoos.
a brand.
Is it raised like a brand is usually, or
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Burn scar buddies?
Yeah, so I'm right next to the pile of stuff, so
Yep.
anything that
So in the stuff,
magic
nothing.
marks, runes, wards, glyphs.
Yeah, none of that stuff shows up in the pile here. This pile really seems like a collection of sentimental goods.
if there is anything that any of you find in there, feel free to take what you can.
Hessel's new runes start to glow.
Is there a painting or a portrait that's not on a canvas of who could be Hessel's parents?
I want to try and find a
like a-
locket or something, you know?
Yeah, I'd say.
You could remove canvas from frames.
Yeah.
Yeah,
true.
I'll say you can find a locket.
It's like a threefold locket.
Well, it's like it's
It's halves on either side.
it's
type
a-
thing, and then one on the center.
yeah, so it's like a triangular. It's like a triangular prism thing.
Yeah.
That has three faces, and each of those open to the three individuals.
Can hold that up.
Take that.
Could be a power.
If you think you have the strength for it, not just for here, but on the way back as well. The detect magic might be useful, but
I still have enough
don't stress yourself.
vitality. Should anything go wrong.
Careful.
We've lost a lot of blood today, so
I can only get out of the water as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Also true.
While Hessel is turned away, I'm gonna put the baby cloth and the prism thing in the bag. I can probably fit the trident in the bag, right?
Is it a bag of holding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just kind of.
Yep.
Yes, we have
Actually,
two.
I can fit the breastplate as well. So
I'm going to dump 15 points of lay on hands into Hazel as
good
well.
plan.
And Hazel's going to start ritually casting Detect Magic.
breastplate.
Yeah. The lay on hands takes effect. No problem there.
While he's just chilling, casting the spell, I'll probably swim up and out of this sort of room, and just sort of not peruse, but sort of
Scout.
just swim about in the corridors that like are just above here, just like get a bit of a lay of the land of what's in and around.
Yep. Again, it's a similar sort of thing from earlier. It's just more of the just underground foundation. Like as you swim up through that that cavern that led down into here, you get up to the top, which is that other small room. You go through there, and it's a labyrinth of the underground structure of the citadel above. So it's just
sort of marveling the architecture of like the size of this place. I mean, we didn't really get a chance to take it in on the way down because we were busy.
Going fast.
But, it's a marvel.
It is.
To build this underwater.
Absolutely
I
is.
feel like I know a little bit about it. My name is Mason, after all.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you do look at it, and it's got interesting architecture. Like it's like we were mentioning earlier. It's not it's like a corridor you're used to it being an arch and a thing. Here it's not. It's just sort of like almost like a U-shaped
Like a reverse
channel.
vaulted ceiling.
Yeah, like a reverse vaulted ceiling almost. And it's designed to sort of swim through as opposed to sort of walk on. And it's big. Like it's not the size of your standard corridors. They're like considerably bigger. So I'd say sort of
25, 30 feet across.
yeah, 25 to 30 feet across. And so about the same up and down. So it's a pretty big corridor. You get the sense that like you can see other little offshoots from this one, and some of them are smaller, others are about the same size. Yeah.
Cool. I'm just chilling, waiting.
Cool.
Can I, just to be safe, divine sense?
Do divine sense, and you sense an undead presence. Here's one. But it's weird. It's not like there is an element of sort of him being undead, but majority of that sort of it's almost when you sense it, it's like this. You get a blip on a radar kind of thing. Hessel, it's almost like a cluster of blips in a Hessel-shaped creature.
So, wait.
But it's coming from one creature. It registers as one creature,
Okay.
but the way you're seeing it is not just, oh, here's one, like,
One
it
glow.
it almost looks like many different glows on Hessel, but Hessel is the undead creature, if that makes
Do
sense.
those glows overlap
Huh.
with the...
They're not glows, but they're like, that's how you're perceiving it, is a cluster of undead, but
Stop saying the word cluster. It's so bad.
I know.
a hive of undead. Sure. Sure.
Yeah, while Hessel, like, if there's a moment where Hessel is turned away and, like, looking the other direction, I kind of want to just, like, catch Callion's eye and, like, give him, like, kind of, like, a bit of, like, a, sort of look. Like, there's something wrong.
Yeah, Kellyan's return look would be one of sort of like concerned understanding.
I agree.
It's kind of like, it's like
Yep. So while you're exchanging these glances in the background, you cast your spell. I believe that does damage to you.
It should still count as, even if it isn't using a spell slot, it's still
casting
a
a spell.
first level spell, so it's 1d10 necrotic damage that I would take for that. I don't know how much healing you provided.
15.
It was 15. Okay, nice. I will go ahead and add that on first. So do that. Oh, it's only 2. Okay, so we'll just call it.
Just a little sting.
We'll call it 8 healing.
Yeah, you see, like, as you finish the spell, one of these runes almost has a sting as if you've been burnt and you take some damage.
Thank you for the healing.
Welcome.
Helped offset that. Right, if there's anything magical, I'll be able to tell us. But I think Mason's right that we should return to the surface.
Yeah.
As soon as we can.
Right.
Thank you for following me here, all of you. You risked yourselves.
Obviously.
And we stopped something.
Saved me. Fair, we save you.
Made sense.
Nothing magical
Yep.
in this area.
Can I just
the
like quickly
trident,
take the trident out of the bag, just so if you can see if that's...
trident's magical, and if you take the breastplate out, so is it's breastplate.
They're both magical. I'll be able to identify them later on if I'm feeling I have enough strength.
I'll hold up the circlet.
Not magical.
Not magical, but still valuable, I think, to someone.
Uh-huh. Right. Yeah, I'll just call out to Mason, just so he can help Hessel.
I'll swim back down.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you swim back down. Then help Hessel out and slowly make your way back up to the boat.
No.
No?
I want to pause once we get out of the crevice where the 3 bodies
Yep.
were.
I assume Hazel spots nothing magic as we're moving up and out.
The only thing magical would probably be the worked stone has a leftover residue, which is effectively just like
Carved by magic.
carved by magic.
Without really even like,
I'm just going to continue taking his a lot.
okay.
Yeah.
Because we'll probably both be slow. I'll
Yeah.
just stay there.
It was just more... I don't know if Hessel mentioned laying them to rest, but it's
Don't
something...
think we got the chance to
No.
in character,
like, I think Ophelia would like start kind of like gathering up the bones to like, you know, help Hessel and like turn around and see Hessel just going and being like, okay, weird. Yeah, she will just lay the bones out carefully next to each other and put coins in all the
Cool.
eye sockets and kind of try and do what she's seen Hessel do with
I'll help with that.
with the laying to rest.
Yeah. You start to lay these people to rest. And yeah, you manage
Don't
to get
really
through
have time
without
to
problem.
bury them, but you know.
Yeah. No problem there.
And then I guess follow. We're obviously a bit behind these two.
I'll long stride us both for the way up to
Before
So help us at
Callian
least
does that,
keep pace with
Catch
Mason.
yeah,
yeah.
before we catch up all the way,
Mhm.
I will just say to Callian quietly, I'm like, there is something wrong.
There
It's
is.
off.
So, I don't know if they're the runes or if it's something to do with
I think it's
the
spell.
crown or
He's not wearing the crown. I think it was the spell.
so. No, there's something undead about Hessel, not like many undead, but also just one. I don't know if it's. We need to keep an eye on him, especially if he pulls out that crown again.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's that spell or if it's the crown's effect on him.
we knew the spell was weird.
So I don't think I've done divine sense.
I've been around a few times when you've done that before.
Yeah, I was going to say I have one ticked off, so I've at least done it today.
And Hessel wasn't, undead.
I think you did
before.
it with the coffin. Octo
Yes,
coffin.
yes I did. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And Hessel was not undead then.
No, he was not.
So this is definitely new.
If that thing was gonna destroy, the whole continent or even just the borough, then yeah, that's not something that should be
No.
tracked.
And I think at the very least he saved Toz and Topper. But unfortunately the guy who killed his parents. But
Yeah. But what did he pay in return?
just, we'll keep an eye on him. He is pretty drained. He might just be.
Maybe he's just tired, yeah. Well, keep on swimming.
Cool. You all swim upwards, and
This is not mechanically slow. I'm slower than he is anyway, but I feel like he could use the strength.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the 3 strength.
You'd be like, dude.
Just to keep pace.
Yeah.
oh, so you eventually make your way back up to the boat,
Avoiding the big weird thing.
avoiding the big weird thing. No worries.
Says you. I'm gonna go fight it. Alone.
Good luck.
You'll eventually make your way back up and onto the boat with the skeleton crew still working away.
They're just scrubbing the deck.
Something you notice on the skeletons, their bones, it's almost like etched into their bones is the same sort of runes that Hessel now has on him.
God, you just have a lot going on. Just like the tattoos.
That's not ominous.
and the... What happened when you cast it?
When I cast the spell,
Yeah, like
I was in a void of some kind.
Getting the ship ready to go.
like the.
When I see Mason getting stuff ready, I just look at the skeletons and I say, "Assist them as best you can."
They start to
Although she
Just-
Like what the water thing that you used to do.
Similar but different, a different kind of void. As devoid a void can be, more so than the veil. And there was only a singular voice here that I could hear. It didn't have a name, nameless. But I believe it was probably tied to the spell itself. I plan to converse with Rogar, see if he's familiar with the being, or also understand where he received the spell. See if that's become clearer in his mind. I wish that you did not need to have entered into so much peril back there, Callian. That was far too close.
We all made it out.
We did.
We made it out thanks to you.
I think I'll...
Now you have some answers on where you came from. That's good.
Yes.
Do you want the circle things?
I'll see if they're magical.
They weren't. You checked before.
I don't want to follow the same path as Rigel. I don't want to be beholden to that past. I'm not tied to what's down there. I've seen it with my eyes now. I know. He was consumed by rage, by want of revenge. That can be costly. Your own path of revenge, that went in your favor. But for Rigel, there was no direction, there was no purpose to it. There wasn't an individual. I don't think it would have stopped. I think it would have kept on destroying.
I also seem to think we got lucky. I got lucky.
Luck. Not so much.
It almost cost me my mother,
It did,
so...
but it was negotiation.
Is rage ever worth it? Is vengeance ever worth it?
Not in the long run, I think.
Maybe to a point.
Destruction can be. It isn't productive, but things can come from it.
Most things have a use or a purpose. It's just not necessarily the way people use them. Taken too far, you did the wrong thing.
It's been a big day, team. Why don't you all just settle down? Get some rest.
I think that's a good idea.
I'll set us back to shore.
Tomorrow I'll identify those other items. I'll let you know what they do. I imagine our next course of action is to travel to Ajwal.
Yeah.
I think so.
Right. By sea or land.
We've got less than 10 days, but
Just either BC or what is it?
I know. Go by
Got the
boat.
time. Yeah, see. Yeah. We've got the time, we could take the boat.
I can keep my crew ready.
Cool.
I call Manibus back to me and I just thump him away for now.
Yep.
And
Where's the
I will
space?
go find a private spot and just sit for a while and just kind of look out at the horizon.
I'm going to do so. And
We can avoid the big patches of oil or whatever on the way back.
Yeah. I plan on just sailing us straight through. I'll sail straight through the night. Just keep us going.
to back to the bar. Cool.
We're gonna send the ship back.
Sweet. Yeah.
On the way back, in the middle of the night.
Yep.
I want to try sneak into the room and into Ophelia's bag of holding and get the trident. I want to play with it on deck.
You could just ask. You could just ask.
I don't want you to know.
This way you also practice your sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Roll
Well, I
stealth.
sleep with that thing.
I have advantage on stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you do.
Nice.
You have your pocket rogue.
Oh, of course, that's the key.
Why didn't you roll with advantage, you stupid
What's
thing?
your passive perception?
Not great, it's 11.
So it's like less.
It's -5 when you're asleep.
Ooh, good thing the first one was good because the second one was not. The first one was a 15.
15? Yeah. You manage to sneak in, no problem. You go into you pull out the trident and walk out.
Be 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You walk out.
So while I'm guiding the ship, I'm also trying to think of how the theory that I know with a sword in one hand and in two hands would translate to a weapon that's pointy.
Yeah. So you sort
Most
of
weapons are.
you turn
Just
that.
pointy.
Yeah. With a sword, you're used to sort of slashing primarily, and you also style just because it's that whole painterly style of it's the painterly style. But here you sort of trying to turn that more into sort of thrusts with a polearm style weapon.
Yeah. Almost turn the painting bit into deception.
Yes.
Open up an opportunity for the stab.
Exactly. Yeah. Cool. And yeah, you practice it through the night, and that's
Sort of playing around.
Cool.
And I'll primarily the idea is
Just
the
doing like a
ship.
cool spin, drop it on your foot.
But I'm also being cool.
Yep, absolutely.
Because my skeleton, hold that for a second.
If I see Mason doing that after a while, I would take my knife to the bottom of my jacket. Oh, actually, no, I don't have my jacket anymore.
No, you
I would take some of one of the robes that I've got for the undead, I do still have some spares. I'll just take a bit of that, and I'll try and ask you for it. May I see that for a
Oh
moment?
fuck!
Hi.
You were
Sorry.
too busy doing cool spins.
Why you should sleep?
I will. Look, here, if you're trying to be deceptive, I just take the piece of fabric and I kind of like tie it around the top, and then I take out another strip and I tie it around the end. Distract the eye. Keep it on those. If I find extra blood, we can dye it. If it's brighter, it will attract the person to that point,
Right.
and then you can strike away.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Cool.
You were just doing cool.
Is that office meme where like Dwight's talking to the camera and then like
Yeah. In the window behind.
yeah, it's like ha!
I just saw in my
Always
head
there.
like Mason on the deck
Yeah.
with the trident, and then like the camera pans around him as he does a cool spin, and then you see the back of the ship and it's empty, and then it pans around Mason, and then as it passes Mason, just there's Hessel.
It's like creepily standing there.
I was just
like,
gonna put it to
hello.
the side for like half an hour as I'm just steering the boat again. And I'll just...
Yeah.
For most of the ride back as well during the day, I feel like Hassel will probably be
Resting?
in the resting and just in the main section undercover.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Awesome. So, but within the next, what was it, day and a half?
Day and a half to
Day
get
and a
back.
half. Yep.
We'll probably get back the night of the third day.
Yep. So you get back. You get back to the burrow the night of
I
the
guess I will disguise myself again.
you cast disguise. So you are.
Using my hat.
Yep.
I'll go talk to the shipwright. Inform him about the loss of the snag and the loss of the anchor.
Cool.
And
He-
compensate him
Yep.
based off of whatever it is.
Yeah, it is a standard fee. I'll say about 15 gold as a deposit that they take, and it's now non-refundable because you lost parts of it.
Okay, so I don't have to pay them anymore, or
I don't remember if we did that at the time.
we paid them for 5 days and there was no deposit, but
Ah, okay.
I don't
It
know.
might have been all inclusive.
Yeah, sure. Well, you don't have to pay me anything
Okay.
more. We'll say that's all inclusive. Whatever you already paid him is
I'll go and settle that with them and let
cool.
them know.
That's fine. Easily done.
Burrow doesn't seem to be ablaze.
Again.
No. I think whoever was asserting power has asserted power now. And it's back to normal life for most.
Hopefully.
You do see a lot more of the
Green cloaks.
green cloaks around.
Yeah.
Like where once there used to be like guards of either the Brownson Court or the Sudgarian Empire on either side of the thing, it's now just green cloaks on the Brownton side. Like you haven't been to the Sudgarian side just yet to see what's going on there, but at least on the Brownton side where you are, it's all green cloaks.
Green cloaks for the green bit.
Yep.
Yeah, I will just yeah.
Yep.
Be a normal person, just very plain, and I'll probably wear something green just to show hey, I'm on your side, kind of thing.
Before we leave the boat, before we actually get into the harbour, I open up the sack and I command all the dead to re-enter,
Yep.
to step on inside.
Did you put the trident back afterwards?
No.
I know, it's like
So you're just carrying
plan
it.
on doing it intelligently.
So you're just carrying it. Yeah, like in the morning when you.
It was just like
I look,
next to
Ophelia looks over and Mason's just like, you could have just asked me.
For what?
Yeah.
Oh, did you leave this here?
Sure.
Cool.
So you guys settle you settled the fee with the guy you chartered the boat from. That's all been sorted. Now you've got the rest of the night / next morning.
We want to get rooms here in town for the night, and then
Taking our own boat, or is there a
we don't have our own boat.
passenger?
I'll see if there's a charter. See if there's a ship the next day that's going, or if we could charter one
Yep, so there is a ship. There is a ship the very next day that's leaving in the afternoon for Asgolkaz.
What's its name?
Oh, God.
How much does it cost? And what type of wood is it made of?
That's important. I need to know if it has dead people inside of it.
It will do once we get on it.
That's right. That's the wrong kind of ship.
Starship
Branch of
13th hour.
Sure, there it is. It's the 13th hour. That works.
Hell yeah.
The ship names of Destiny ships is so good.
Yeah.
It's called the 13th hour.
Right.
Perfect. That works.
Nice. If I get the chance, after having a rest, I would try to identify the items that we retrieved.
Yep.
The breastplate, the
Trident.
trident.
Yep. The breastplate is a breastplate of resistance, of lightning resistance.
Could have used that.
That's why they wear it underwater.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And the trident is a trident of... what's it called?
Stabbing.
No,
Pride of the Deep.
that's the one.
That's just you can talk to fish.
Yep.
It's pretty much just you can talk to fish.
It's Aquaman trident. No, it's Trident of the Deep. You can dominate
Do
fish.
you want to keep on holding on to the trident?
You can
No, you can put it back in the bag.
you can dominate any beast that has an innate swim speed.
Nice. It's good to know.
It's got 3 stars.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh shit.
Like Hazel.
Yes.
Hassel's got a new
Trident of
classification
fish,
now.
Yeah.
So it's just
Not
it's
the
just a breastplate, not a like +1 or anything.
It's just a breastplate of
resistance.
lightning resistance.
It is magical, just not +1.
Yep, correct.
That's interesting. While we're in town, I think Hassel would try and find a private moment alone to go and visit the Ageless Apothecary again.
Yep. You get there and
If people let me go off alone, I would request that I'm going to go visit the apothecary. Oh,
Yeah.
will not be long.
cool.
I honestly feel like the city's a lot safer at the moment than it was once.
If I
It
find
actually
myself in
feels that
trouble,
way as well because like the previously the law enforcement was very much a well you can pay us and we'll look the other way kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now these guys actually seem to be enforcing the law, so like you don't see as many murdered corpses just in the alley.
They've actually implemented a law.
Yeah, exactly.
if I find myself in trouble, I will send you. Or
Yeah, and you make your way to the Ageless Apothecary, or where the Ageless Apothecary wants to.
once I arrive there, what is the general population like around there? Are there many people going by?
Not a lot.
'Cause
Like
I know it's kind of more on the outside.
yeah,
of town.
it's on the outside. It's a bit on the outside of town, so there's not too many people.
Right.
I forgot that I didn't sleep on the way out either.
Okay, so right.
Are you
let's
exhausted?
see. Hessel is going to Hessel is going to kneel down, put the bag of holding in front of him, take out the crown, place it on his head,
Yep.
and then kind of extend his hands out and kind of feel the death that is in the back of this place, where all of the bodies were cremated.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to try and use that charge on the phalange fez
Yep.
to animate dead from those remains there, to see if I can pull enough out of the
Yeah.
bone that would be left
You manage
from
to.
that.
You do, and as you sort of start to channel this, you start to feel the little bits of bone that are just scattered within this place, and you start to draw out these little. It almost looks like initially, it almost looks like powder or like salt coming out of the ground, but then slowly and steadily you start to see bigger chunks of bone fly out. You've got enough bone here to create a creature that looks pretty much however you'd want it to.
Okay.
A medium-sized creature. It still uses skeleton stat block, but
Yeah. So whenever I use the animate dead with this, I effectively create an additional creature.
Yep.
And because of my necromancer class, Whenever I use
additional?
it, I already create an additional one. So effectively, I'd be able to raise 3
Three.
from this place
Correct.
if the material is there.
There is enough material.
Okay. It would be different from the other skeletons that I've pulled out so far.
Yep.
Where the face itself would almost imitate what a human face looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It almost looks like a mask of bone.
Yep.
Oh, I don't like that.
And the frame of them itself takes on almost like it's still just regular bone underneath, but like enough of a shell that with a robe on might resemble an arm.
Cool.
Almost like bone plate in a way. So I would pull forth those 3 and I will add them to the list that I have at the back there.
Yep.
And then after creating those 3, I would command them to step into the bag.
And they do so. You create your as you create these, like along with the bone that gets pulled up from the earth, you see bits of dirt and other rock, etc. Pull up as well, and you start to assemble them into these sort of creations. It looks somewhat like a warforged made of bone and earth. And yeah, you create these.
So I actually have the weight of the skeletons. I'm keeping track of that in the bag of holding, so I know how many I can actually contain in there.
Cool.
Sorry, was this behind Mason's house?
No.
This is the apothecary.
This is the apothecary.
Oh, okay. That's right, yeah.
The other thing that happens as soon as you use a crown for this, the crown flexes and it shifts a little. You almost you feel it getting stronger. You can search for the awakened version of this crown.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Imagine some poor peasant just passing by who's like, oh, just gonna move on from that.
Okay, I will do that. And after Hessel has the bag full, I will look around.
Yep.
And then I will stand back up and I will go back towards the inn.
Cool. You do so.
How many days have passed? Is it just one more or 2?
This is still the same night that we went to. We came back. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
So,
it's still the same night. So
And then
you,
so this is the 3rd day.
yeah.
Yeah, end of it. I would like to buy a new pot.
You buy a new
pot?
pot.
Yeah, because mine dissolved in acid.
You buy a new pot that costs you a negligible amount of money.
Those buckets cost 2 gold.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never mind. So they cost 2 gold.
So,
So mark off 2 gold.
Yeah.
day 3 and Thompson, 9 days
And-
remain.
It's not Thompson Borough.
Burrows.
We've got 7 days.
Well, we were at day 2 yesterday.
It's a day and a half there and a day and a half back. So you're at 3 days.
Okay, so
Days,
End of day 3.
7 days to go.
Yep.
It was 10 days from the
Sorry.
start. All good.
it was just because I was writing it as days in the burrow, so I had like day 1, day 2. I didn't count the ship
Oh, okay.
stuff. So 7 days remain. 1 week.
Holy shit. Hessel's spell save now is better than it was.
Cool.
I'm sure it comes with no bad effects.
I return to the inn.
I think we have rations for like travel anyway. I think we did that. I was like, why do I have a steak in my inventory? It was because of the octopus. It was in the coffin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we settle for the night, I guess, and rest.
Yeah, we'll just find
I'm
a
looking forward to sleep.
What does travel for tomorrow cost?
The travel
get to
to
Azrael
Azrael
Cars.
cars.
Travel to Azrael cars from here, about 3 gold each.
3 gold. Probably another couple silver for rooms for the night. So it's
Yeah, a couple silvers for the rooms
I
for
can pay for
tonight, yeah.
if you want.
that's right.
So when we wake up tomorrow, it'll be 6 days.
Well, we'll be
I
on
don't
our-
think I've updated the awakened version
well,
with
at
the
end
like
of the day it will be.
um
Yeah. It's
there's
easy
a
to
couple of
count.
things. I will do that straight away.
It will be day 4.
It doesn't have the animate dead feature, so on the awakened one, so it's the same thing. You can cast it without a spell slot.
Yep.
Once per day, and instead of animate 1 additional creature, you animate 2 additional creatures.
Fantastic. Okay.
And then the rest of the stuff is the same as what's in there, but again, it's the 30 feet requirement for create, and there's a 15 feet requirement for stitch.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Wait,
saw the new stitch.
sorry, I'm confused about the boat situation because I thought we were going via Issa, so we would have like 2 days. Because I thought it took 5 days to get there.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so 5 days is if we go by boat, and that gives us 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh,
If we
okay.
go by ESA, we'd have 7 days.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
So it's 10 days total. We spent 3. So now we've got it's either 5 days by boat or ESA immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So going by
Those
boat.
are your choices.
We think that Hethel in his condition could probably use the rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can rest still
there,
looks
so-
weak.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Wow, that was loud. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bit of travel never hurt.
No. Although, well, I'm starting to not be a fan of the open water.
No.
We're traveling with other people.
Yes.
Is
A
it-
crew, not is it crew or crew and other passengers, or is it a charter boat?
No, it would be crew, just crew.
Just crew. We wouldn't have to sail ourselves, but it will just be us,
Right. I see.
other than crew.
Honestly, would it really be a D&D campaign if we didn't nearly die, like, in the ocean?
I mean, at least now it will be close to the shore. I don't see us going too far out. It'll stay in sight the whole time.
Oh, I just mean the last couple days. Like,
I'll keep on casting, rigidly casting in the morning, water breathing, so
Be
that
good while we're out in seas.
just in case.
you're not taking damage from the spells still, are you?
I feel much better today. My strength is still abysmal, but my spellcraft has returned to me. I have the ability to do something new.
What do you mean?
Where are we right now?
Probably in, like, an inn.
Yeah. It's assuming this conversation's happening next morning.
Breakfast.
Yeah, next
Around
morning.
breakfast. So you're at one of the inns.
I can
Pick one that you've been to before.
create a sphere of darkness, like Mara once did. I can do that. I think I can do that whenever now.
Like the darkness that Ophelia has, like the tiefling darkness kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, darkness spell.
Sandy.
Yes, of course, like the darkness you created in the bull fight. So, we have another weapon in our arsenal for now.
That's good.
I do feel stronger in general, in an arcane sense. Like I said, I can still barely lift an apple.
You're like
Yeah.
lifting your mug, like,
Yeah.
Mage hand.
I don't have mage hand because I had a mage hand for the longest time. That's why Hissel never learned
mage's
that
hand.
cantrip. The cantrip.
The cantrip.
Cantrip.
From the runes?
No, it's I believe it was from the crown.
which he's not wearing right now, is he?
No.
Okay.
Which you found in its awakened state, it's got a little bit more jagged. Like earlier was just a finger bones.
Yeah.
And it almost looks like the finger bones have been sort of filed down to like points.
That's not ominous at all.
I do actually. I look around quickly, and if I don't see any, like,
It's
super-
breakfast, so it's not that many
I take the
people.
crown out and I just place it on the table.
It is moving. Like you put it down, and the crown just sort of like shifts and moves.
How does it look when Silas is wearing it? Does it look like the crown we know, or
Yeah, unsure. I don't think you looked closely at the crown at the time. He was pretty far away for the most part, except when
We
someone
were-
got
Oh, you chopped his head off.
Oh no, no, you slapped him in the face. You did. Yeah, you're
He
right.
chopped his head off.
You're right. Yeah.
Those are the two who were the closest.
Yeah, you two were the closest.
I literally looked him in the face.
Roll a history check.
15.
15.
Much less than that.
Yeah, it was like this.
Oh, it was doing that when
Yep.
Silas was wearing it.
Oh.
Just be careful with that.
I practice as much caution as I possibly can.
Sorry, I was just thinking about the slap.
I'm using protection, if that's what you're asking. Arcane protection.
Right.
I just pictured just the crown, just with
Oh, with the condoms on each of the fingers? Yeah.
We don't raw dog.
They're not safe at all. They're all pointy.
We don't raw dog magic here.
No siree. No siree.
Shield spell took on a whole other meaning.
Oh no.
And I'm dead.
Yeah. Anyway.
Might be raising the dead, but you might be raising something else too.
Anyway.
the party's morale.
I'm on a boat, and
Morale, not morals.
Having seen the new pointy crown, I'd just redo Divine Sense once Hessel go to leave the table. Just to see if anything's changed now that the crown seems different.
Just seems stronger. Like the sense that whole you're getting a bigger blip from it than you did before.
This is the guy that we watched bleed from his eyes onto a corpse's face, so I mean it's kind of par for the course, but...
I forgot about that.
Yeah. It's got a whole vibe going on, you know. I will ask Hessel when he is at the table how are those marks on his arms?
Still the same.
They look like raw.
Yeah, they look exactly like they did previously. They look like a brand, and then as if in the raised parts of the brand, it looks like someone's put war paint to sort of accentuate that.
Ritual scarring.
Yeah, effectively. If you try and touch it, it feels like a scar. It feels like a brand. But that sort of war paint, it almost feels like someone's tattooed onto it. To take a brand and then take the highest part of that brand and tattoo it is what it looks like.
highlighted the brand and tattoo.
Huh?
Highlighted the brand and
Yep,
tattoo.
exactly. Highlighted the brand and tattoos. Exactly. That's a much easier way of saying what I just said.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Essence,
Why,
would you want to
next
get a
to
new
DM.
jacket before we leave?
That's a good plan. I should. I'm looking a little bit more ragged.
I was gonna just say, you just stand out a little bit more.
That's true. I would like
The red on the blue is a lot.
Yeah, there's also one on his forehead.
I will try to find something hooded, just so that it's a little bit more.
You've got a hat.
No, I don't have the hat anymore.
That's in
The
a
hat-
it's in a chasm somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
hat's in the chasm.
Maybe some kind of bandana.
Maybe a green one.
I could go for a mask again. It's not a bad option. Keeps my face.
I think just a hood or something, or a hat would be good.
I'll see what I can find. I'll go
Like
ahead.
prestidigitation, you can
Bit of
create
walk around.
you can create a mask with that guy.
I can create a simple token, so yeah. It's kind of like palm size.
Doing
Oh, it
this
doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Does it have to be palm
I'm
size?
pretty
Yeah.
sure it's. I'm pretty sure it's a small thing.
Yeah, it's
Ah.
very small.
Yeah.
Oh well.
The token is generally like
Yeah.
a coin.
what I'm thinking about.
Benign
Someone
transpositions.
knows how to
What I'm.
use
Not
working
the.
tools.
There are some
Contract.
shops that I used to look in the window at late at night. I think I'll go there and buy what I can.
Yep.
Do you need money?
Oh, that's a very good question. I haven't looked in my money bags for a while. There's a lot of gold in there.
We're all pretty good.
Well, I just remember that at one point Hessel spent all his money and he had like zero. So
If you'd like to come along, you're more than welcome to join me if you want company.
Yeah, I'll go with Hessel. Just to keep an eye on him.
Cool.
I'll try and go find this store.
Yeah, you managed to find the mask store. Yieldy mask store.
Also looking for
Just coat.
yeah, coat as well.
I would
Yeah.
like to steer Hessel away from the mask stuff just because we kind of moved past the mask stuff.
Yeah.
But
Let's not go backwards.
yeah. I'm saying, instead, look at this cool hat.
Go forward
It's a
in
store
new horrifying
called.
directions.
It's still called Mobius. It's just called Mobius.
All right, cool.
Oh, that's not ominous at all.
Right.
It's one of those like really.
That says nothing about what's happening to Hessel right now.
It's like high
Sorry, that's Morbius.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mobius is it's like one of those like really bougie like fashion brands that's just like we are Mobius.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So Hessel will walk in with clothes that he's been wearing for days
Yeah.
at sea, probably
Salt.
salted over and pretty horrific. And just start having a look at the because the thing is he's seen how people who generally wear things are treated and knows that wearing something that's expensive means that he might get mugged, but he also does know that it does give someone an air of importance, and quite often people won't mess with you because you can throw a lot of money around. So he will try to go for something that looks like it does have a bit of
Good quality.
but also is saying I have coin.
Yep.
Fine clothes.
Yeah, as you enter, there's you enter, you start to sort of walk about the shop. Almost seems empty for a bit, and then you see sort of just appearing from within the fabric. It's like appearing from within the fabric. This overly dressed person. He's just a ball of fabric.
Oh god, that's me, bro.
As he walks out, and you see he's
I picture Joey wearing all of Chandler's clothes, just like Homer Simpson out of a rack.
yeah. But he's got layers, and he's got like a lot of like fabric just trailing accessories, just a whole.
It's that guy in a 3-piece suit and a jacket. And,
Yes,
and a trench coat over the jacket.
Exactly, and then a gold chain and then scarf. Yeah,
and a cloak.
he's that guy. He walks out like sort of a. He's got sort of. He's got like sort of hazel skin. Like a nose ring, like one long dangly earring. Bald. Sort of walks out and he says,
Of course he's bald.
"Yeah, he's bald." Yeah. Sorry.
Not you, you're good. I said of course he's bald and he looks at me.
He steps out and he looks at you and he says, "Welcome, I'm Martin Mobius. How can I help?"
Greetings, Martin. I'm looking for something
Different.
Yes, I've been at sea. I'm looking for something that's going to have good coverage. My skin dries out severely in the sun when it's not hydrated.
I might have just the thing for you. And you see him sort of turn around, like all of his layers like billowing behind
One of
him.
them just slaps.
Yeah, just like, yeah, and then he's like, and he walks into like into an element of the shop, and he comes out with a full-length like cloak, that has a hood on top of it, like a hood with it as well, and it's this really nice like black, almost like not silk, but like
What kind of texture is it?
it's smooth, but on the inside it's almost like velvet.
Okay, so probably like wool lined
There you
kind
go.
of
That
with
stuff.
like
Yeah.
Man, I want this.
it's been like brushed on the outside, so it's like
Sounds
waterproof
so
or whatever.
Exactly that thing. He gets you that, and he sort of puts it onto you, and he comes onto you, and it like as he puts it onto your shoulder, it automatically just ties up, and he says, "Give me your best pose."
Best pose.
Yes, just do it.
Hessel looks over to see, to look at the mannequins that are in the store, and then he will try and imitate what one of the mannequins is doing. Just
As soon as you do that, he just goes, "How unoriginal! Oh well." But as soon as you do it, like the cloak just billows.
Promoting himself.
it's an interesting effect.
It's dramatic. You want to make an entrance.
That's good. Yes, I like this.
Maybe like a coat or something, or Does it cover like?
It covers like
stuff?
yeah, so it's like a full like
cool.
full length.
I wouldn't mind an undershirt and some nice trousers and perhaps some fine boots as well.
Of course, and he goes on.
One other small request. You wouldn't happen to have anything? My eyesight has been strained recently. The brightness has been severe.
Got just the thing.
Little tiny glasses.
Yeah. So he goes off and brings you like looking at your
like
whole.
a 16-year-old who's just been to Hot Topic.
Yeah, basically.
Or
So
like Gary Oldman in Dracula.
Yeah, he comes back with like a whole bunch of
1992
blacks,
Dracula.
like black shirt, black trousers, black boots, and then he hands you a pair of sunglasses, which is like Morpheus sunglasses from the Matrix.
Fantastic.
He gets you those, and he says, well, for the whole lot, that would be about 17 gold pieces.
17 gold
pretty good,
pieces.
pretty
I give.
That includes the
I look
clock.
like I just got cast in a 1990s hackers film.
Yeah, I give him 2 platinum.
Cool. He puts the platinum in, and he grabs your change and hands it back to you.
Thank you for your.
Thank you for your patronage.
It's weird. Hazel just said thank you for
Yeah, I know.
your patronage.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's because what that thing
Yeah.
in the void that's just echoing in
Yeah.
your brain.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you wanted while you're here?
No, I don't, think so.
I'm just trying to think. Actually, could I pick up an extra shirt from Mason?
Yeah, you can be from Mason.
Because I know inevitably his will get destroyed at some point.
I've purchased the most amount of clothes of anyone.
Yeah, I know, but just just to have an extra. You
Easy
know?
enough. Like if you're going for like expensive stuff, it's like a
Just
gold or two.
like something nice, but not too fancy.
The cloak, by the way, is a cloak of billowing.
Yeah. I will
Didn't
definitely
get that.
equip that.
Belonging.
I know you do have extra clothing, but
If you're going for the expensive stuff, it's like it's like 2 gold for the most expensive shirt. But like if you're going for the cheap stuff, you can get it for like a silver.
I'll just take silver.
Cool.
Oh, I have 1 silver.
Sweet.
So there you go.
You hand it over. He hands you a cheap shirt.
It's still like probably.
Oh yeah, it's nice. It's not like it's not like
that's some
ripped
cheap
and sort of stuff, but it's like cheap in this store.
Well, you bought like a walk or some shit.
Are you right if I wear these out?
Of course,
Thank you.
they're yours.
Burn the other stuff.
I will take the others and I'll keep them because I will dress up one of my skeletons later.
Cool.
Decoy.
One of my bone daddies.
Yeah.
Right.
Weirdly though, yeah, those ones that I did make with the human face, the face does resemble his.
We haven't seen them yet, have we?
You have not seen them yet.
No. Super
Just in
creepy.
case we get to that.
Super creepy.
I'll definitely put the glasses on before I go outside.
Yep.
Yeah.
You notice the sunlight isn't bothering you as much as
As
it
much?
did on the day that
I
you.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Right, vampire.
Which of the many things?
Which of the many
Which of the many things that they made him undead?
I've got a lot of shit going on.
Is it the regular necromancy bullshit? Is it the special necromancy bullshit? Is it the vampire vampirism?
All the sameness.
Octo-vampirism?
Octo-vampirism.
Or is it the warlock pact or whatever it is that you've just done?
You said you wanted to be a necromancer. Here's all of the things.
I heard you like necromancy, so I put a necromancer in your necromancy.
Quite literally, yeah. It sounds like that.
Yeah. Cool.
While they're out shopping, I would just let Mason know that
What was
there's something extra undead hanging around Hessel at the moment, and just to keep an eye on him. I'm not sure what's caused it but just
Okay. I'm happy to keep an eye on them for us all.
Wait, is Mason also? No, you saved on your vampirism check,
yes.
right? Yeah.
You don't know that.
We don't know there was a vampirism check.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it was an octopus in a coffin, so.
Where else do you put your octopus?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Try with mine.
Yeah. I mean, usually they're glass, but
Fuck, yeah, I guess.
I mean the octopus, not the coffin.
Oh boy.
All right.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll return to the tavern after.
Yeah.
You return to the tavern,
Yep.
all goth-like.
Just sweep in.
Yeah, no, you are.
I do
Yeah.
billow next time that I see those two.
Yeah.
I know you know me as Hessel, and you just found out my name is also Virgil, but I'd like you to refer to me from now on as Dante.
Good shit. Cool. So yeah, you'll manage to reconvene in the tavern. Is there anything else that you're doing while you're in town, or were you heading to the high seas again?
I would just probably cast Sending.
Uh huh.
Yep. With the target being Rogar.
Yep.
I'd love a chat. I used the scroll. Bound it with blood. Interesting effect. It worked.
You wait a second, and you get a response. Kind of busy. We'll get back to you shortly. Topaz, watch out!
As you hear the arcane points for a fireball.
I can smell the sulfur.
You know what though? That's just his message, like his phone recorded message. Like, it doesn't matter what's going on. That's
It's
just
always the same thing.
You just
Yeah, you got his answer phone.
that was followed up by a.
About like 10 minutes later, you get a response back. Whoa, Hessel. Thank you for getting back to me. I didn't think you would use the scroll straight away. I'd love to find out more. Meet in Big Boldor?
It's the eastern side of the red place.
Oh yeah. I mean that's close.
I will use a. Oh no, I can respond.
You can respond.
I can respond. I know.
You can respond to this message.
I know magic. We're planning to be in Azrokaz in 5 days' time. I say, looking over towards Basin. 5 days' time. We'll be there for
A week or so.
a few extra days. Perhaps if you find yourself there, we can convene.
About a minute past it, you get another one. Asmokraz, 5 days time. Got it. See you there.
No, wait.
Topaz, we're going on a mission.
Oh no.
I might have organised a meeting with Rogar the Black in Azrokaz.
While we're still in town, there's a couple of things that I'd like to do. Probably while they were out shopping. Probably what I left was, at the same time, would have said you can come along if you want. I'm just going for a walk.
There's also a little bit of satisfaction that I stole 2 fireballs from Rogar by making him cast Sending twice.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's no satisfaction.
No, there is no
There's no
satisfaction.
satisfaction. There's no satisfaction.
Get no.
Yeah, that song does play in your head.
New song on the playlist.
Like every time you feel an emotion, it's just a song that speaks to that emotion. And you're like,
No, I think
I
it's
see.
with Hessel's new outfit. I think it's Linkin Park's "Numb" that's playing in his head. I've become so numb.
God, we're such good singers, guys.
Oh, God.
Amazing. All bards. All
Yeah,
bards.
all bards.
Yes.
Each and every single one of us.
The one bard that nobody's done.
I'm just going for a walk to lock up some places.
Need company? Or?
You're welcome to come along if you'd like. I feel pretty
Sure.
safe around here now. But you're welcome to come.
Okay.
Alright, so 2 of you head off to.
I'm first going to my house.
Yep.
I'm just going to go lock it up as best as I can, make sure that anything that is valuable in there is removed so that it doesn't get stolen when we're gone, but I'm pretty sure it will be relatively okay at the moment, but I don't know.
Yep.
And then I'm going to take the key with me.
Yep.
Then I'm going to go to the library.
Okay.
Because we
Crick's
saw...
library?
Yes. Because we saw him
It was burned, right?
dead.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we were doing business for him.
Yeah, well, not anymore.
Yeah.
He is dead. As you
Wait,
enter the
we saw him
library.
dead?
The business still exists.
We saw him dead.
He doesn't.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
During
I
the
thought
battle,
Yeah.
during the
Oh,
during the
God,
battle,
I missed that.
he died.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you sort of walk into the place, it looks more or less the same as it used to. The person behind the counter is a green cloak.
Right.
I thought it got burned down.
No, I don't remember.
Got fixed.
Welcome. How can I help? Can I help?
Oh, I'm just perusing. I used to work here many years ago.
Oh, okay. Sure. Let me know if you need anything.
Will do. Just gonna wander the aisles for a little bit, and if we sort of get to the back of the store and Callian sort of come over, I'll say, I didn't think that they'd take over the establishment. I want to go to the spot and see if I can open it and get anything out, if there's anything in there without them knowing.
Roll stealth.
Try to block line of sight first.
Yeah, with advantage.
Here it is, advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it's only for like move doing stuff silently, but yeah. Fuck me. I believe that's a 14.
Cool. Yep.
I'll just double check that, but yes, 14.
That's good enough. This guy's not really his passive's not as high. So yeah, you manage to get there. You can get to the spot, and you it's usually a hollowed out book. You find the book, you grab it, and you open it. And this is not a hollow book.
There's a book in this book.
This is no longer a hollow book. It's the same. It's the same book, the same like title and all that sort of stuff, but it's just not hollowed out.
Touch it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'll feel the page that go to the page that I know to be where it's hollowed out at, and just sort of run my hand across and feel it anyway, and just feel the page.
Yep, it's a normal book.
I'll just sort of close it up, take it up to the counter. Can I take this one?
Yeah, sure. Do you have a library card? You probably do.
I do.
To this library, you probably do.
He didn't issue library cards? Sure.
See if you read the books.
Sure.
It was like a piece of it.
I left my card at home. What's your phone?
Do you have any ID on you?
Yeah.
Can I confirm your address?
Sure.
Yeah, you hand it over. Okay, you don't. This was from the old owner. He unfortunately passed away during
Right.
a bit of a scuffle. I'll issue you a new one. And
Cool.
he drops that off somewhere behind the table, and you see him sort of bring out a different a scroll, which he unfurled. It's a small little one, and he puts it down in front of me. And he says, well, "If you just put your name down there, I will stamp it, and you will then have access to the library as normal." And he gives you a little ink
Put my
ball with a
glass
scroll.
over it and read it.
Oh, it's a standard this card entitled blank to.
Put my name there.
Yep. Cool. He grabs it. He grabs a stamp and just stamps it, and then he grabs a book, hands it to you along with the card.
You're gonna get so many late fees.
You don't get late fees if you don't go back to the library.
That's true.
It's true.
That's just stealing.
Yep.
That might be what just happened.
Yep.
And then I'll
Yep.
leave and go back.
Cool.
I wasn't expecting someone to be in there.
No.
I kind of wanted to overpower him and go through Crook's old stuff.
You think any of it would still be there?
I don't know. I don't know if they would have found it all.
This used to be the other thing that you sort of put two and two together is this used to be Crick used to be a frontman. Like he used to be able to source things that people wanted, right? So this so once they took over, if you get the sense that these guys are if they're taking over the operation in general, they're also taking over the smaller establishments, either by force or by fealty.
Yeah. This town definitely doesn't feel the same anymore. I just sort of look down at the book in my hand and then just sort of.
It's a book about minerals.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Crick had a sense of humor.
And I'll just head back to the inn. Unless there's anything you want to do.
No.
Alright. We'll just head back so that we I imagine we'll probably get there.
I suppose then I would go find my pot. So I didn't do it at midnight
That
when we
works.
got back.
Yeah, that works. You go find a pot.
The late night cookering store. Cookering?
Cookery?
I was about to say the late night.
That's close to something bad, man.
I was about to say the late night pot store, and I was like, no, that's not right.
We were just there.
Yeah,
We were just at the late night pot store.
yeah.
So through across.
At some point before we leave,
Bud's grow.
I would like to contact Issa with the sending stone. Preferably when Hissel is not around.
Easy enough.
And I will just send him and say, shit kind of went down. Look, I can do it in the 20 and 25 words or whatever, but cool. Paraphrasing. Shit went down. Hessel's kind of different now, but we're not really sure what's going on, but we found this and that and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, just like summarize what happened.
In 25 words.
I mean,
Multiple
I've got three
charges.
charges. I've got 3 charges.
Yeah, I'll say you can use up a few of them. You get a response eventually. It says, "Oh, well, if you're back in town, I could come see you if your message is a bit vague, and that's the limitation of the spell."
Yeah, why not? Actually,
We're
in.
Yeah. Yep.
We still at the second
The
troll.
second troll. Yep.
Second troll.
Second troll again, yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Right.
establishment.
Are you in town much longer, or?
Probably leaving tomorrow.
Today.
Today.
Okay.
To get
I can get there in about 30 minutes.
Well, your Issa's free.
Yeah. About 30 minutes later, you see the door open, and Issa walks in. And you see when Issa walks in, there's like all of the green cloaks just like give him a look, and they're almost like on edge. But he sort of walks up and sits across the table from you.
So yeah, I will.
Is it all of you or just you at the station?
Probably just me, I think, if
Okay.
possible. I mean, maybe it's like when these guys are out and Hessel's like resting or something. But I will give him a rundown on what happened to the best of my knowledge and how we've been seeing that something's kind of off. But like, he seems like, okay, but these are all the things that he's been doing differently, etc.
Did he tell you what happened when he cast the spell?
He said he was in a void with something called didn't have a name, it was the Nameless. And the sigil things kind of look like, and I'll just kind of draw one out. Like a brand.
Well, those don't look like any sigils or runes that I've seen before. This Nameless, I haven't heard of anything that's
I guess that's kind of
nameless.
Quick question. It called itself the Nameless, not the Nameless One, right? Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Did he say the nameless, or did he say
I am nameless.
I am nameless.
I am
Oh,
nameless.
cool. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Sweet.
You said, do you have a name that I can call you by? And you said, no, I am nameless.
Tight.
That.
Well, I haven't come across anything in my studies about such an entity or the phenomenon. I could
Look into it, maybe?
I could look into it. I have a few things.
Because we showed him the wish scroll, didn't we? Did we?
No.
No, we didn't. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I will explain. Like, we got a wish scroll that was kind of.
I'm surprised you decided to cast it, but I guess you were
Well,
able to.
it was-
And I suppose you also do tell him that, maybe there was going to be big time destruction here.
Yeah, well, I would have said
Yeah.
this is what would have happened
Yeah,
if
well,
it didn't, so.
I guess it was it's almost like a rock in a hard place situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, he probably did the right
Still.
thing, but it's.
Magic of that nature is effectively the pinnacle of Arcana. It's what wizards and mages such as myself study to achieve. I don't even know how to cast that spell. It has the ability to bend the the weave itself to your
What's
liking.
The
to your
price usually.
Depending on how you use it, it could be just a simple drain on your
Strength.
drain on your strength. It could also be there's not a lot known about the spell. Those who learn to cast it don't tend to share that knowledge, as it is, again, puts them at the top of the food chain, so to speak. I have heard occasions where someone has cast it and lost the ability to do so, driven mad. Yeah, a variety of effects. The weave reality itself doesn't like to be bent.
Yeah, because like to us, or to Ophelia, Wish is kind of like a fairy tale, pretty much. Like,
Yeah, it's that like it's that
oh,
whole
the
like
genie gives you 3 wishes, like that sort of deal.
like only mystical creatures and very, very powerful entities know how to warp reality that way. Is what you know of Wish to be. But there's enough evidence that certain wizards, certain mages have achieved the power at some point or other in time to be able to warp it that way. But the problem is when you give that much power to a mortal, it tends to go wrong in different
power
ways.
corrupts, absolutely.
Exactly. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So
So
that's why there's very few instances of like live people who know to cast a wish spell, because if there's people who know to cast a wish spell and it's widespread knowledge, they would immediately be the
Hostages.
well, they would either be hostages, or they would be like, if they're in a certain part of society, they could be revered as gods. They could be revered as people who can make anything happen for you for a price.
There's more of them.
The
just in a
reserve.
basement in the reserve.
Yeah, the reserve probably has a couple of them just like in a fucking vault somewhere.
Like, it's one of those where it's like, if people know how to cast it, they generally don't say.
I look at Isa.
Yeah, when you give him that look, he's just like, I swear to you, that is not a spell that is in my repertoire. If it was, that fight with Silas would have been over a lot quicker.
Right. So one last question. Have you seen this symbol before? And I'll show him the ring that has the 6-pointed star on it.
Not in person, but he sort of looks at it and he goes, it bears resemblance to the to something in a report that Dorzo and her group
Yes.
gave us after their mission.
We saw what happened down there
And
and what they did to the people down
I don't know what you're talking about.
there. I will, in hushed tones, explain what we saw.
And you see, as he's sort of talking about it, his sort of expression gets grimmer and grimmer, his brow furrows, and he goes, well, apparently their report was
A little
false
skewed?
and a bit skewed. They did talk about a fight breaking out in the Citadel,
There's a
and
massacre.
the way I've heard it is they valiantly fought through vicious tritons to get Kothek back. But then again, it's history is written by the winners, right?
Yeah. I'll take the ring back. Yeah, we avoided something big, I believe. But I worry about the cost.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm happy to do a little bit of research. And you see, as soon as he talks about doing research, there's a little bit of a smile that
Nerd time!
I'm happy to do a bit of research. The only thing that sort of strikes me here is that Nameless might not be descriptive. might just be what it calls itself.
Sure. Right. So I'll say that we're planning on going by boat to Aswalkaz today, and we'll have 2 days in the city beforehand. And is there somewhere we should be going, like a special building or something to meet him? Because like
I will contact you. But if you're going
Okay.
to Aswalkaz, I will contact you before the event. I'm sure Valier will want to speak to you and explain what the event actually is. He's picked something that he feels will give you a pretty strong advantage based off of your individual abilities.
Right. Very well. Thank you for
Of course.
meeting, and
I'm assuming you don't want this meeting to be known by the others, or?
for now, yes, thank you.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
He stands.
Just came out for a drink. What's up?
He stands up, and as he stands up, there's almost an immediate flinch from all of the green cloaks. And he walks up to the bar, and drops off a patch of gold to the troll, and walks out.
Do I get some weird looks after that?
Yeah, the green cloaks sort of the ones that are in here. It's not teeming with these green cloaks. It's they're there's a couple of them here. There's two between. Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 of them here. And as Ito walked in, all of them immediately tensed. As he left, they seemed a little bit more relaxed. You are getting looks from them, just who the fuck is this person? And
We just had a nice little coffee date. It's fine.
this walking nuke just came into this tavern and spoke to someone and left. Who is this person?
Also a walking nuke.
Yeah, also a walking nuke. Yeah, true.
Walking inwards nuke.
Yep.
Right. Cool. I'll just wait for the others to.
Eventually, the others show up, and yeah.
Right, shall we head down to the docks and
Yep.
move on?
Get ready to go.
Don't think we're leaving anything behind. We're good to go, yes?
Yep. Good to go.
Looking fancy.
Yes, I felt like a change of how I present myself, I think.
Cool. For you.
In
Yep.
our own trip, could I check the top of his house was locked?
Would have been that. Cool. You all get onto the boat and set sail. Over the course of the next 5 days, nothing too crazy happens. You can see the shore of the Sudgarian Empire, but it's weird. You can see the shore, and there always seems to be a sandstorm raging behind it. So it's cliffs, and then it's not a beach, it's more of cliffs.
Because
all
we're
the way
going
around.
up this way, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's just cliffs all the way around. Can I quickly see the map there as well, please? Just to double check the route.
Hey V, just while we're off, I realised as I was just sitting here that this amulet that I carved when I first started playing 4th edition is a 6-pointed staff.
That is...
I did see that.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
fucking think of
for-
it. That was a symbol of Palor. That was for 4th edition, that was for Cyprian.
Yeah. I was going to say something.
Yeah.
That's good.
Back in the day.
Can I look at Sandstorm, see if I can see any of those big fish shapes that you saw last time we were out here? You with
the big
spyglass?
Oh, yeah. Roll perception.
I'm going to spend
Sure.
8 hours each day training.
25.
25. You look around and you think you catch something every now and again. It's hard to see through the sandstorm. You've got a spyglass through that sort of gives you a little bit of that tunnel vision. It's you think you see a couple of those shapes, but hard to tell what they could be.
The ring of spell storing. Not ring, sorry. The.
Oh,
Don't mind me.
That was
Ship bell.
the port bell, yeah.
The
Lunch.
All aboard!
Monostone staff. Sorry. That has 3 charges. So
You can use 3 level 1 spells. You can use 1 level 3 spell.
yeah,
it's
second
stored
level
as
time
energy.
or second level, 2 second level, 1 first level kind of thing.
Wait, is it? I mean, it's 5. Does it mean it's 5 charges or?
No,
It's
3.
3 charges. Same
So
thing.
it's any combination.
Any
of-
combination of up to third level.
combination.
Oh, so
and they can be
so
spent.
only 1 second level and 1 first level, right?
Yeah.
if
Well,
if
yeah.
that's what you put into it.
Or 3 first levels.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you can use 3 first level spells put into it to cast a 3rd level spell. Effectively, is that correct?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like, do I have to spend a
Yeah, because
spell?
Mana Stone. So Mana Stone, I believe, is different from Spell Storing Ring in the sense that you can put
It's just spell slot story.
it's spell slot storing.
Okay,
So
so
you-
I
Use a
thought
pearl
that I
power
had
that you
to,
can charge.
Correct. So it's
I
3
thought I had
charges.
to put a spell in, like a specific
Not a
spell.
specific spell. You put
Yeah.
spell slots into it,
Okay.
and you can choose to either recover. You can choose to
Change
recover those
3
spell slots at any
crystal
time.
spells into a
Could you
3rd level spell.
do that then? Could you theoretically put 3 first level spells in there and then use a 3rd level out of it, or would they
Yeah.
only come out as?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good way to
Yes.
convey those level spells if you need to. That's
So I don't have to.
Good stuff.
I wasn't sure if I had
Monster.
to
Yeah.
put specific spells in it.
Yeah, that's like Ring of Spell Story.
That's the Ring of Spell. I know there's a difference between the two. Mana Stone is basically just a way for you to it stores magic.
Over the time, I will put one of the nights or whatever. I will put the 3 charges into it.
Cool. 3 first level slots.
I
It doesn't matter. 3 first level slots. Yeah.
yes. I do
fill
the
it.
thing.
You do the thing. Cool. All right. Yeah. Over the next 5 days.
Yeah, so about that, because we're going over multiple days, each day I do need to exert control over my undead. So either I would do that in private.
You don't need to.
I don't need to.
You don't need to. You go to do it and you realize you already got control.
No. Okay. Okay.
That's not fishy at all.
Hey, just need to double check.
It's a little
The
fishy.
the three that I rose during the Burrow siege as well. They don't need to.
They don't need to.
Oh my god. Okay. Next question would be: I see Mason training each day. I'd have a chat to him. Would you like a sparring partner? I can spare some of my dead if you wish to have someone to fight against.
There are still crew and stuff around, right?
Yep. I'm sure they've seen worse things at sea.
Sure.
Right. I'd see if I can find some of the kind of crew around.
Yep.
Not to alarm you, this one is practicing, I imagine, to be safe, stay away. I will be summoning forth a creature. It will do you no harm.
All right.
Do not be afraid.
It's like a surefire way to make
Like
people
a few
freak
people
out.
start to gather and try
Yeah.
start to watch.
Hessel.
Nothing important is happening here. Do not look at it.
Hessel
Avert your eyes.
opens up the bag of holding,
Skeletons are naked.
calls forth one of the new ones,
Yep.
which steps out with kind of like a little bit of moss in between the bones and all the rest.
Mhm.
Do you have a spare weapon you can give it, or Ophelia? Are there any weapons in that bag?
Hessel. These aren't. This isn't one of the ones you had before.
No, this is a new creation.
Where did this come from?
Operates the same.
No, I gave you all the swords and stuff.
Ah, right, of course. Sorry, my mistake.
Just a good question. They were all of you undead. They're skeletons, right?
All skeletons, yes. Yeah. I do open up the bag and I will take out a. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna.
Just to clarify the ability now that you've discovered it.
Yes.
Undead that you control that are challenge rating quarter or lower. You don't need to re-exert control.
Oh boy. Okay. I will keep that in mind as a thing that I now know.
Hessel.
I will give it a short sword.
Where did these come from?
They came from outside the burrow. They were the remnants of those long since past. Scattered.
Where specifically did you raise these from? I
Yep.
draw my sword and I'm now squaring off at Hessel.
Okay.
If you're insinuating that they might be your other one, they're not.
Can you be sure?
Because I know. I promised you, and I still hold true to that promise.
Is the ship small enough that we're like probably seeing this, or?
I mean, Hazel asked me for a sword, so.
There's a way. We know there is a way. I will have it returned to you.
I'm just gonna throw my sword through the skeleton. Not even fucking point first, just fucking...
Just yeet it.
Just meaty, just through
Yeah,
the skeleton.
roll attack.
As Mason goes to throw it, I would like to use my unsettling presence to give him disadvantage. Oh, sorry. It's on a saving throw. My bad.
Yep, all good.
Just being unsettling.
All good.
Oh no.
If I'm watching this, can I inside check yes?
Yes, you can.
It's only a 9 to hit.
9. You throw it at this thing, and it sticks into it, but seemingly gets stuck in the dirt or the earth that's in between these bone plates, and seems to do no damage.
Hand it back to him.
You see it sort of raise its hand, grab the sword, and just yank it. Comes back to you, like blade in hand, hands it to you, handle first.
If
Like
you
holds it out to you, handle first.
If you feel more comfortable, I can call forth one of the ones from the bar. That wasn't recently risen.
No, it's fine.
Very well. If you wish to spar, I can command it to.
I'll spar.
Cool. You start sparring with this skeleton. 19. 19. Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth. Is there any specific part of it that you were in touching?
Just the that the promise that he was talking about still had weight to him. Just making sure that, like, that he wasn't. going
Roll
sideways.
me a...
Persuasion?
Yeah, roll persuasion.
Alright. Pretty sure that's a 10.
Okay. What you get is he does still place weight in the promise, but more as a, I gave you my word, so then my word is good.
Yeah.
Not a, I promised you something and.
I believe wholeheartedly in that promise.
Yeah. Less of this, like, less of the sentimental element of a promise, more of the contract element of a promise.
Like, yeah, I'll
That-
come into
that
work,
is the
but not
important
because I
part.
want to.
What's that?
So that is the important part.
Yeah.
This is so intense, isn't it?
Yeah, while the sparring is happening, Hessel will observe how the other ship crew just respond to the creature as well, and just trying to learn the responses.
Yeah, so they look at the creature and the initials like, oh, what the fuck is that? I mean, it doesn't look like a skeleton. It looks more like a white, like more like a
Bone golem.
yeah, more like a bone golem.
Ball.
It's more sort of actually the way I sort of see it more is just it's dirt and earth and rock with bones as plates, as opposed to like just full bones. So more like a bone warforged with Hessel's face, like Hessel's face in a porcelain mask form.
Not a fan.
And it's just very, like, static. Like, there's no emotion on the face.
Yep.
It's pretty much like a death mask.
Yep. Cool. Alright, so you spar for a bit. Do you go till the creature's destroyed, or do you do actual damage to it, or?
This is how I picture it.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
These are. I'm not doing actual damage just because these are
Cool.
Hessel's creations and he uses them for things.
Cool. That's fine.
No, I'm not.
You continue.
doing damage.
Cool. You continue to spar with them as long as you need to. It's part of your training.
I think Hessel's still leaning on stuff all the time because it hasn't really been enough time for him to get his strength back fully, so he's just still very leaning.
I finished training 3 hours into the 5th day.
Cool. All right. Sounds good. All right.
Nice.
And so
That's
with
been a
this,
slog.
yeah. And
35 hours in this trip.
yeah. Over the course of those 5 days, is anybody else doing anything, or is that everything?
Nothing
Nothing I can really think of.
consequential. Be a bunch of different minor things, but nothing of real importance for the journey.
To clarify, that training's not all sparring.
Yeah.
There is also.
I probably would clean off the breastplate and like all the other stuff that found down under the ocean, because I'm sure it's a little bit decayed or has a little bit of like sludge on it or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'll just make sure that those
Imagine
are like
cleaning
nice
it
and
off.
nice.
Yeah. If you clean it, give it a bit of a polish. You can find some sort of polish along the and on the ship. One of the crew gives it to you, and you're able to clean up. No problem.
Actually, there's one thing. It's just like a minor thing. To talk to one of the crew and ask if they've heard of a ship or anything called Cassius.
No, not really.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Cool.
Are there any folk tales of octopuses?
Octopus.
Octopodes.
Octopus.
Octopodes. In coffins, washing up on ships.
No, don't know where you heard that one.
I don't know. Someone at the bar the other night just said something about it.
Bit of a tall tale, isn't it?
Yeah. Octopi and coffins.
A nailed shut coffin too, he said.
I wouldn't put too much weight into it.
Thought it was interesting.
No,
About moving fog clouds that destroy ships.
you're hearing some weird stories. Yeah. Fog clouds that destroy ships. Yeah, I mean, there's usually a mist or a fog that accompanies the stories of the Flying Dutchman, but
The who what now?
Dutchman.
the Flying Dutchman. It's the
What's
old
the
pirate.
Dutch?
Yeah, it's I don't know.
The third continent.
A Dutchman's a type of ship.
It's a ghost ship. Apparently crashed somewhere and now haunts all of the waters everywhere.
You know I can't sell your ghost ship.
Well done.
That's a really specific haunting. Just
Yeah.
all
It's
of
a really specific
I died in a house once, so now I haunt all houses.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for a time to make that fucking reference. That's a good reference.
Right. All right. Yeah, I will just over the time just write some more stuff in my journal, so to speak, and that's about it.
One thing I note I would do would be to make a note myself, just of like some of Hessel's runes, particularly the forehead one.
Yep.
But, not like trying to go into like detail or anything, but I just want like a couple of them that I have noted down for.
Can lend you some paper.
There's a nice, interesting place of knowledge we'll probably end up in the next week or so.
Yeah.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Asgore cards, it's the
Certainly wasn't thinking.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, I can lend you some like paper and ink and all that.
So you do so. And eventually the end of the fifth day, or sort of end of the fifth day, the early morning of the sixth day, as the sun begins to rise in the sky, you can see the ship sort of turned into the river that leads to Asgore Cars on the northern side. You can see it in the distance, a smattering of houses and buildings made of just a whole bunch of different materials. Like you see tents, you see metal plates put together, you see wooden houses, you see those made of stone, all like just a smattering of them. It doesn't seem to be any sort of urban planning of any sort. It's just like
Just whatever you can build a house out of, wherever you can build it.
exactly.
And waiting on the docks is a large black dragon.
I don't have time for him.
Yeah, you see, you see it sort of get so towards the northern part where the mountains are. You see it start to get denser and denser and denser. Whereas as it sort of goes out and away from that to the mountain, it gets more and more spread out. The dwellings and the houses and buildings get more and more spread out. At the top, it's like on at the apex of this city, effectively, which looks like almost like a triangular, like almost like a cone.
Like it starts at a point on the mountain and just cones down.
Basically, like
That's cool as shit.
yeah,
Like an avalanche of
yeah, it cones down and then it also onto the actual plains itself.
Yeah.
So it just cones down. So at the apex of the cone, you can see what looks to be a massive white building. Like it's not. It doesn't seem like it's made of stone or anything. It almost looks like a tent, like a big fuck off tent. Like a mansion-sized tent that you can see from where you are, and above it there seems to be a flag. You can't really tell what's on it. Yeah. Yes, you can see what's on it. So you start to look through it, and it's a red flag that has.
I wish I would that.
No. We see red flags, we go in.
It's a red flag with sort of silhouette shapes of mountains on it in a slightly lighter red shade, and you can see an even lighter. Not red. That would probably be black.
To say a third
Yeah,
red,
no.
Pink.
Yeah, so a deep red background, lighter red mountains, and black dots are creating that cone in the middle.
Oh, nice.
This is you get the sense this is probably the city flag of Asgard Kars. As you start to get closer, like every now and again you hear just from the city. Every now and again you hear a go off, often different. It's not one in a specific place, but just
Faustus flashbacks.
yeah. Well, the thing with Faustus weapons, there was like a charge. So it was almost like a. Well, this seems more just standard rifles or pistols, or things going off every now and again. Yeah.
Getting a little red PTSD.
Yeah. No, you hear tumbleweed. No.
I felt this was dual wielding it.
Yeah. You get to, and as you start to get to the port, you see ships, but they have these sort of more jagged metallic bits on them. You saw a ship like this, it's made of like dark oak wood.
More like a long ship.
Yeah, more like a long ship kind of a thing that you saw in Thompson. You see a lot more of these here, and you can see on the docks, just and all over the place. The majority of the population here seem to be orcish in nature, like either full orcs or half orcs, or you get the sense there's probably some dwarf in there. But this seems like a primarily
a dwarf, a half orc and half dwarf.
Yeah, this seems like a primarily orcish dwelling or settlement. Yeah, it's lots of grain. And something that you notice almost immediately, even as the ships are pulling in, is almost every person on the dock that doesn't look like a child has a tattoo. Which has a tattoo which seems to, it's this very tribal looking design that covers a portion of their arm or arms. Some of them you even see them sort of going up through the neck. not the exact same. There's variations to it, but it's a very similar design.
Same base of tattoo.
Yeah, same base of tattoo, but different designs.
Some sort of cultural aspect to it.
Yeah, there's sort of a cultural aspect to it. But yeah, and it's different densities on different people. You see certain dock workers that don't have a they're either not wearing a shirt or wearing tank tops.
It's a cultural thing.
It's a cultural thing. Yeah.
It's not me. It's a cultural thing. Not wearing a shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was in my DNA to be shirtless.
And you can see
The shirts aren't racist.
yeah, and you can see and you can see these sort of these orcs that either don't have a shirt or wearing tank tops. The tattoo seems to cover either some of them you see a full back tattoo, or some of them you see just there top of the chest done. Others you can see top of the chest sort of going down the right bicep, and you can see patterns having started on the other one. So things like that. There's like different degree of density, but a very similar tribal style tattoo throughout here. And as your ship pulls into Asgol Kaz, we will end today's session there.